Good morning. It is February 8th.
Today, we are making a...
And we're going to be streaming. Stocks, futures, options trading. Let me get set up here a bit. There it is. Oh, that's loud. Get this tweeted out. Ooh. Morning tree. Morning GM. Get him. Morning next pair. Morning EDub. Okay, get logged in over here. So weird spike on BBY and the market this morning. Not all that uncommon actually, but always weird to see. Okay. SPY kind of selling off in the open here. It's down 0.5%. That little rally yesterday after the dump, thinking they might want to keep rallying this thing until CPI. Oh, that gas came back down. Look at that. BBY was up almost 6% pre-market or after hours on that news about their offering. Hey, clapped. Good morning. Throat's feeling better. I think I've fully digested the any flies that I inhaled yesterday. So all healthy once more. I'm gonna read pictures here. So some info on the share offering and what happened with BBBY. I might wait till after the market opens, but basically BBY has raised 250 million so far from their offering, and they can raise up to $1 billion from it. So that was more or less the news here. There is a backer basically that put money into it. They have good terms on it, so it's not like, I mean, it's a lot and it's still a risk for them, but they still have very good terms on it. I'm still trying to figure out some of the details on it because it's still a little confusing to me, and even more information came out today. I don't even know when it came out, but I saw it in this article. They've got a few things to read, and we can kind of figure out what's going on potentially. Massive spike. That happens. It just does. Got about 9 minutes to open. I'm definitely much more bullish on BBBY. As far as it turning around as a company, I don't know if that can happen yet. From what I can tell, they've made steps to begin to turn it around. And the first step is to take care of your debt or push it off so you can have some breathing room. And it seems like they've got that rolling. It's not fully done yet, and even I think in their own words, at least I saw an article saying this. I'm not sure if it was where they got it from, but they said BBY said if this offering doesn't work out, then they will probably be filing for bankruptcy. So, but they said that here, or they announced the offering here. I don't know if they said that also there. And then they announced that they had already shored up 250 million of the offering right here. So they're working fast. If they already had it lined up, they already had it. They didn't have to announce. The timing on their announcements is up to them more or less. They probably have a window on when they can announce things, but to do it in one day, it seems like it was probably already taken care of when they announced that offering. So at this point, it seems like we're still kind of on BBBY's timeline, and they're kind of running the show, which seems like a good thing so far. It seems like they've got it kind of squared away and things working out. And then they also gave kind of a strategic update, which caused this move as well. Strategic update wasn't anything specific. I mean, just generic stuff, closing stores, trying to cut costs, and taking care of debt, and just that kind of stuff. It's not standard dilution. No, it's not dilution really at all. They're offering preferred shares, and warrants on common shares. So the preferred shares I think they can dilute at some point. So this is where it gets very confusing for me. But at this point, there's no dilution. There's possible there'll be dilution in the future. But yeah. What's up, Thomas? What's up, Furs? Say Mark. Not up 20% on the news. Yeah, I mean, it might be once market opens. We'll see. Had a little pop pre-market. It's not like they've taken care of all their debt. But I mean, this could have been a buy the rumor, sell the news type thing. You know what I mean? So all of it was priced in already. That news that came out, basically what you saw here. But then it got dumped on. So I think it's definitely bullish news, and I think it should rally on that. Just the fact that they're potentially not going to go bankrupt in the next couple quarters doesn't necessarily mean the share price is just going to rip. That will come from probably other factors. But that being said, if they are able to turn it around, they've got a great base for a company that could do well. For 350 million market cap, and just simply the amount of revenue they pull in a quarter, there's no reason why they couldn't do well with it. But they've had to rely on their stock to help out with debt, and they've done some stupid share buybacks at stupid times, which has hurt them. And then they didn't do offerings when they probably should have, like here. All right, got about 4 minutes to open. This proof they won't go bankrupt, though. I mean, it's still a possibility. I need to find their words, but that article did quote saying that they said that they would go bankrupt if this offering didn't work. So it is, which is, I mean, it's true. They defaulted on their debt, which maybe wasn't a big deal because they had 30-day grace period and they knew they were going to take care of it. But they're not going in the right direction right now or they weren't, at least, to start paying down debt. They were getting more in debt. So they've restructured everything from what it seems and pushed the bankruptcy off the table for now. And I don't know how long, 2 quarters, 3 quarters, but they need to start seeing some earnings and some positive news on the earnings to really see just more of a turnaround. What's up, Jason? Yeah, no, store closures to me is only a good thing. Um, yeah, it's not like you know just want more and more exposure. You want to cut costs. They have a lot of revenue. They just need to cut their costs and become cash flow positive, and then start paying down debt. I see over 450s. Honestly, I don't know. Like it could go crazy this week. If it goes over 450, yeah. Um, there is some TA I looked at that was kind of interesting that I'll show you guys once we get settled down. When the market opens, I kind of like to just kind of get everything figured out, and then once there's time to check things out, we'll look at it. But it was saying kind of this 3 level is pretty important, and you can see why. I kind of have it a little lower, it's like 28 or 280, 285 is kind of the level. 288, kind of where it hit yesterday even. If it does break that, then yeah, there are some levels down here further that it could come, but holding above 3, especially coming into the end of the week, I think would be pretty good. I'll have to look at the options once it updates on here. 2 minutes to open. What's going on here? Oh, you guys, I had Yaz music playing. You guys couldn't hear it. Sorry. A nice Yaz going. It was so nice for the morning. You guys missed all of it. Squeeze incoming. Maybe. I need some time to cool off again though, as we saw yesterday. I'm going to be probably selling covered calls. I have probably a bigger position than I should have, so I'm going to be pretty aggressive to edge or sell covered calls on it, more or less, with a big portion of it. And I might even trim back on some of it. But that being said, I mean, that's only because if the price goes too low, I'll have problems with margin, and I don't want to deal with that. So, but as far as bankruptcy being off and it being a much safer play, I do think that is the case. But just because bankruptcy off the table doesn't mean the share price won't come down. There's some levels. I'm kind of bullish on the SPY now after yesterday's move. All right, market's open. After yesterday's news or move, and looking like SPY did end up just bouncing off that moving average. I'll be looking at GME some too, because I think I want to get out of my puts on that. It looked like it wicked through. Oh, I only have a few of those. Wait, no, never mind. Okay, get some levels in here. Opening pretty much at the low of after hours. Oh, GME with a pump up. Yeah, I'm wondering if GME actually is going to rally. Because it did. Oh, shoot. I control Z that? No. Anyways, that was like here. It did just end up wicking through that kind of channel that I had drawn there. So if it has a candle that fully closes down here, then probably keep coming down. But today will probably be the decider for that. Enjoy so much. That's right. Pop back in today. Thanks, Thomas. Yeah, it's been pretty exciting. It usually isn't this exciting. Buy the dip mentality into CPLI. It seems like it might be. All right, BBY coming down. So it held that 3 like all day yesterday, and then the last minute it did do that flush through it. You just saw the stops hit. It was violent. It was after I stopped streaming, but then it bounced pretty good. There's $3 on it. There's 290. Pretty big candle there. Morning volatility. So gotta be patient with it. I got a bad buy-in yesterday because I was impatient, and this false breakout got me. So I could have had a much better buy if I just waited. Now the first hour or so, day traders are in there and pushing it back and forth all over the place. It's volatile. Price going down, more dilution. They didn't dilute at all, and the offering they had was not it's not even trade on any markets. The preferred stock and then the warrants, so it's not accessible even to the public. So SPY broke through that low. Oh, the day before. I guess it's only 9%. I just sold MSGM. GNS is up 6%. We'll see. There still is that divergence on there, so I think that might come down. It dumped from the news of it. That was after hours. You can't really rely too much on after hours. All right, 293. See if it bounced on that 28. So down 3.5 there. Pretty much just a sell-off since open on BBBY. Same with GME. Like to see a bounce to sell some calls on it. We're in everything. Kind of going back and forth. I have puts on GME that I might want to close if it holds up in this channel. Covered calls to open. So far, it's not look like it's going to. Low volume on BB or GME. BBBY, let's see, I'm not used to its volume usually. Low from yesterday. So SPY's bouncing there. BBY was up pre-market. See if it reclaims that. What do you think about AMC? I don't have much opinion on AMC, I guess. AI is up again. I think it's crazy. Uber's up 5%. I think they had earnings. Carvana's up 3%. Yumi's bouncing. SPY's bouncing up. So part of the reason I want to close my puts on GMEs because I think SPY probably keeps rallying up. Or at least doesn't start selling off probably till next week at least, at the earliest. BBBY wicked or bounced at that same level. See if that holds. It was 2880 yesterday. Today's 2890. Microsoft up a lot. I think they had earnings also. Probably just a continuation. That was 2 days ago. Maybe they have earnings. Okay, it's been 6 minutes since open. Be patient. ABYA is up 15%. Carvana's up 5%. Oh, my options are delayed on there. SPY starting to rip up here. Put an order to go long there on the ES, but I just actually canceled it. It's pretty early, but I'm looking for kind of dip buys to go long. Morning, Hurricane. Good morning, Candyman. GME's coming down here. That's interesting. It's not moving with the market. Maybe I will keep those. That's actually very strange. Volume here is shut off on GME. SPY is just big green candle. Look for some options on GME. Okay, I have an order for GME covered calls. Holding on my puts for now. BBBY, not really seeing much of a bounce yet. Looking just pretty weak. It is oversold, but that, let's see, without extended hours. Yeah, breakthrough here would probably be, I guess, a gap fill. We still have at 2850. Oh, oh. Alright, there's new lows on it. No, not yet. Oh, there it is. So it just flushed. See that flush? 2850, gap filled. Violence. That's probably stop loss being triggered there. Like it's such a quick move. 5% down. Give me the little bounce. That big dump off on SPY yesterday and turn around twice. Oh yeah, when Pal spoke. So breaking through that 3 is not a great sign to me. Gap filled next. No, I guess 280s. Wait, what are those two different gaps? Oh, that's extended hours gaps. I don't really count extended hour gaps. Kind of wicking down there now. I have a spot of resistance back here. After that, 270, 257 is kind of a big level. Did wick there, which is good. So filled that gap, but not sure if that's the end of the drop. Okay, I think I'm gonna just look for get some cover calls going here. Trying to be patient here. Down almost 6. There's a flush. Okay, it looks like it's probably going to be filling gaps to the downside. I reduced some exposure on it. The margin was pretty aggressive there. Too aggressive for my liking. So probably the fact that it's dropped through there. Got another gap at support at 2.5. 2.6. There's a gap down there at 2. There's a small gap though. BBBY is filling in that gap. You can see it's hitting stops through these technical levels. I think I'm going to 270. I think it might. I think it might. GME's getting a little bounce at the market, but still under that channel, so not super confident with that going up yet. Getting a little green candle on BBY. Do some cover calls on these other shares. I close the shares in the margin. These other shares I have in my trading account, do some cover calls on it. I might wait. I don't like the premiums I'm getting there. Is Carvana pumping? Yeah, Carvana's up 13%. This one looked good yesterday. Been looking good. It's just consolidated for 3 or 4 days. Got AI up 10%. MSGM is up now. Getty is still up. Gamer stocks are back up. I sold them. Sold them a day early. Not enough patience. 2810. Next level I kind of have on here is 2620. It's pretty oversold right now though, so might get a bounce before there. Not sure. I mean, it's good news because they don't need the share price to be high for to offer the shares. I think. But I'm not sure how that works because when That's what we have to go over and read today and figure it out. BBI is up. That is not one on my watch list. Oh, Big Bear. I was hearing about this. Up 15%. There you go. Yeah, got a pretty bullish track going on. ABYA up. Not a nice looking chart though. Carvana. MSGM. Small bounce though. Under 280. Next level is 250. Yeah, I think probably 250, 260 area, like in here. See if that holds. That holds. Just look for some consolidation and bouncing on that. Couple retests on support. If that doesn't, I mean, back down. But honestly, this is good because then you can get more for cheaper, and I think bankruptcy is off the table. So $26.20. Yeah, I'd say $26.20. And then yeah, you say 2.5, right around 2.5. That should be a pretty strong support. I expect that one to hold. Maybe as low as 2.25 down here, but yeah, I don't think we'll be doing this again back into this whole dip. This SPY kind of getting a right candle back to VWAP. Okay, GME's down 2%. Oh, my cover calls got filled. Nice. I could only do. Oh, okay, that's right, because I lost some shares yesterday. Only do 13 of them. Yeah, it's kind of coming down here. I'm gonna leave it extended on for a little bit longer. Get a good idea what's going on. They might just be a kind of a chop range bound day for SPY. We do have some Fed speakers today, which might move it. GNS is rallying. Coming down now. So there's 270 on BBBY. These are kind of some of the supports I have. 262. This is probably the next most solid support around this 2.4. Kind of imagine it holding that one. And it might hit there today, honestly. It breaking through that 3 support was kind of big. It just barely broke through yesterday, so I thought maybe that was just kind of a false break. And then rallied back out of it. But today's breakthrough, it seems pretty legit. So we bought 5 calls. IV's still pretty high. Very, very high. Makes sense. It's going down to the 2, not going up. Yep, 282 did close. Yep, we're way past that. Yeah, I mean, I would, scaling in helps because then you're not timing the market as much. You're spreading out, your timing on it. But around 250 is a spot that you can maybe scale. I'll probably start. I mean, if you're not looking at technical analysis or like candlesticks or momentum or stuff like that, then you just pick prices and just look at support and resistances. But the problem with that is won't always respect those. Could just flush through that. But yeah, that level 2.6, 4. Yeah. Well, it's coming down now, so. You took profits on it? Nice, well done. Good morning, Joe. See where it bounces. Today, we might get our low today, honestly. So my cash secured puts on BBY, those are 3 strikes, so those are getting wrecked. My shares, the shares I bought on margin, I did take a pretty good loss on those. But I was thinking about it after I did it. And I could have closed them in pre-market, but I want to see how today kind of shook out. And I decided to wait, so breaking through that 3 kind of solidified it for me. I will be getting back into it. Maybe with more cash secured puts. Not sure if I'll just go with shares or not. With that amount and with it being on margin, cash secured puts I feel more comfortable with. BCG will save us. So it hit 268. I have a line for 262, but I mean it's still very, very early. 244. It's volatile enough, it could get back down here and just see where the buying pressure volume starts to come in. Or we're not seeing any buying pressure, that's just straight red. Okay, GME's down 2.5. SPY's coming down. Wow, little reversal there on SPY. So also for me to do covered calls, since I was fully margined on that, I wasn't able to. I noticed because I tried to open covered calls first on BBY, and said I couldn't day trade it. So that kind of spoiled it for me also. Because day trading it was actually really nice. Because then I can close it before end of day, and if there's after hours news and it rallies, I'll have exposure for it. So 268 kind of got a wick, but it's still looking weak down here. VWAP's at 2897. Three minutes, nice. Yeah, I don't even know if I can get out of these covered calls. Can I? Yeah, I can. GME's coming down more, 2.5. Yeah, if we get a candle body that closes below here, I think it probably will come back down here. Back to the teens. I wasn't sure though, because yesterday again it wicked and it stayed in that channel, and then SPY was also looking like it might keep rallying, which it still could, but if it's just kind of chopping around, GME could certainly sell off. $20.50 was a low yesterday. Let's see what happens there with GME. BY 2680 was the low it hit there. That's still the low. Hasn't broken through that yet. So most of my capital on BBY right now is actually in cash secured puts. I think. Wait, no. Weird. No, I think it is. It just takes less buying power effect because it's the way the margin works on it. Let me see. Contract. Oh yeah, what do you know? $462. What? Buying power effect. So confused by this. I don't even know. Q's are getting hammered. Well, the market. Hey, Julian, doing great. Thank you. Thanks, guys, for your morning likes. That's awesome. We're just riding this BBBY coaster for now. 27 of them. Appreciate it. Oh man, MSGM up 28%. Ah, why? This is like back to my buy-in price. GME kind of getting a green candle here. Maybe with the SPY. I covered calls. Didn't do them on BBY. Just wasn't much premium for the weeklies for the 4 strike, which is what I wanted. If we get a big green candle, maybe I will. 2680 is holding. Tesla broke 200. Certainly did. Last little blow off the top here. TCAT's up 31%. MSGM 29. Carvana 11. GTAI is up 6%. Got a pretty good exit on laser actually. SoFi's held up pretty well. Looks like it's hitting a top for sure though. GME breaks through that 2050 today. I think it'll be pretty solidified. We're coming down. All right, SPY moving back through VWAP. BBBY consolidating down here at the lows. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to rally. Could just be consolidation before more downs. This isn't really, or is it 268? Kind of a level actually from back here. So the stuff I wanted to see. Oh, my yacht. Yeah, GNS had that rally up. Is it holding? What the heck? This was up like 6%, down 1% now. I mean, there's just still that divergence on there, but with such a volatile stock, sometimes it's hard to just read TA and. But yeah, I mean, these highs are higher and the RSI is getting lower, so that still stands for me, even though it was up today at some point. Lucid I haven't looked at for a bit. This looks very good though. Lucid looks very bullish. Like to see it hold, you know, the bottom of these wicks at least 1111. You've got, you know, this is a nice looking bull flag. Now if they just announce that they're going to get into AI, it'll go crazy. Speaking of, AI is up 10%. Nirvana 10.25. BBY down 9%. It will probably make new lows today, I'm imagining, just because of this consolidation down here. Just slowing down the movement and then probably make a new low. Yeah, TK had a big move. Oh, big move right there. Yeah. Yeah, just like a 10% move. Good thing, Julian. Good entry. You could scale. Depends on, I mean, there's no way I can answer that for you. I don't know your financial situation, your risk tolerance, what you have invested, what you haven't saved, your income. So no way I can enter, or yeah, help with that. But what helps is scaling in. You're averaging out your cost basis. So if you break down how much you're going to put in, which you should have a plan, you should break it down how much you want to invest, and then figure out, okay, I want to invest say $1,000, and then the more entries you take, the smoother your average will be. You'll smooth out the chart. But your gains or your cost basis might not be as low. On the reverse side of that, if you just have one entry, put all the 1,000 in at one time, yes, you could get the best entry, but you also could have a much worse entry, and odds are you're going to have a worse entry. So figure it out, maybe 3 entries, maybe 5, and then just divide the amount you want to put in and scale in. You know, you could wait for different supports, or you just do it by time. They like, some people just do it by percentage, like, oh, it's down, if it's down 8% in a day, I'm going to buy, or if it's red on a day, I'm going to buy. If you're looking at technical analysis, you can kind of make it a little easier to make decisions like that, but yeah, these are kind of levels I have. So far, I think it's probably going to come lower, because so that's why I actually closed out of a big amount here. Still have exposure, but we'll look to get back in more once I see some signs of reversal. It's coming up here a little bit. See what happens. This is a very volatile stock, so I could be way off on it. That is an engulfing candle, which is bullish. VWAP's at 28.64. Yeah, this week will probably get, even after this huge move, 120%, without, oh, GME's on the up. Interesting. That's kind of moving up with BBY also. Huh. That is strange, because SPY's not moving up. It's still kind of below this channel. Not crazy though. Huh. Maybe that's just a little VWAP move. SPY's coming down here. But yeah, when it was up like 120%, I was like, I don't, it'll probably settle down. I didn't know they were gonna have an offering and then dump the price all the way back down. But after a stock moves so volatile, it's got to have time to kind of settle down, whether it's volatile to the upside or downside. And so far, BBY's had both this week. So some settling in some range. If you buy when it's boring, that helps. And sell when it's exciting. Kind of a little phrase I try and do. It doesn't always work. Yesterday I bought when it was exciting. But So there's kind of a move to VWAP and kind of rejection. Me kind of holding up. Two and a half. Yeah, 2.5. So you could start scaling in some here or just wait for 2.5. I think that's coming. Which yeah, that's kind of a pretty good spot. Let's see, that's 2.6. Even a little under 2.5, I think, is kind of the bottom of these candles in this range right in here. Maybe 2.45 all the way up to like 2.6. But that might not happen. That might not hit today. It could be Friday or. Yeah, I mean, four was like that multi-decade low right here. So once we broke that, it was fully getting priced in for bankruptcy. I guess 2020 this is BBY. Weird. For some reason I don't remember that being this low in 2020. Yeah, so 4 was kind of that bottom, and then COVID low. I think that's COVID. Yeah, that was 343, so 350. But then before that, it was back into the 90s when it was at these levels. You know, a few years after IPO. So once they dropped it below 4, they were really just pricing in for bankruptcy. So for me, it's like, okay, well, it's not going bankrupt now, so it seems like it's a good deal. So just try and get the best deal you can, basically, on it. I would also like GME to not go down. Yeah, GME is kind of holding up. Maybe my channel's too tight. Yeah, maybe that's it. I actually moved it this morning on accident, but that's the bottom of the body. It might be trying to hold up in that channel. You still kind of have a bear flag there, but it all depends on, I think, that range it's in. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of bouncing right in the middle. I think mentioned the Bollinger Bands. Yeah, it is. It's kind of bouncing right in the middle. The midline on the Bollinger. Then you have all those divergences and everything. Carvana got halted? Checking out all the paper hands. Holy smokes. Wow. I like this one too. Oh well. Kind of a one-track mind person. Get kind of set on one and just go for it. Didn't have patience. MSGM up 30%. Yeah. Carvana is halted. Hate to see them go bankrupt. Oh, I might actually close my puts on GME. Not sure what the market's doing either. Very just choppy, probably. I'll run to Carvana now. Whee! I know, yeah, GME, yeah, the green. Little bit green there. Negative 500 million a quarter. Yikes. I just chopping around. Right at VWAP. BBY hanging out down here. Probably a slow day until... Well, actually, we do have those Fed speakers. We get some volatility around there. Let me show you guys what I was looking at. There's just no volume on GME this morning, though. The BBY 2024 bonds are up 67% today. I'm gonna read this. This is from the Ol Woo Wap Day. Why the filings were so bullish. He's got screenshots in here from the 8K or the 42.4B5 released today. This was yesterday, unless stated otherwise. I promise this SEC form talk is not as complex as they make it seem. Okay. Private share offering. Here's the skinny of the share offering. Let me show you guys. We're offering the following securities: shares of Series A convertible preferred stock and shares of common stock underlying such Series A convertible preferred stock, common stock warrants, and shares of our common stock underlying such common stock warrants, Series A convertible preferred stock warrants, preferred warrant shares, and shares of common stock underlying preferred warrant shares issuable by exercise of preferred stock warrants. So that's where the dilution could come, is if they're exercising their warrants, I believe. The shares of Series A convertible stock and the accompanying warrants are each immediately separable. Shares of common stock and the warrants will be issued separately, but can only be purchased together in this offering described herein. So it sounds like they have to purchase it all together. Yeah, SPY's moving up here, GME's moving up. I got out of my puts on GME. It looks like it might be wanting to just stay up in this channel, so maybe another move up to that 24.5 resistance again. See if it breaks it or rejects it. Yeah, last time for it to go from the top of the channel to the bottom was, 4 days. It did it in 2 days. Because yesterday was so big. SSR doesn't really mean a whole lot. You're about to run. Might be. BBBY hanging out at the lows. It's not been moving. It doesn't really have much beta, I don't think. Positive, at least. I haven't seen negative either. I just think it doesn't really move with the market at this point. Might get out of my covered calls for now and then maybe jump back in them. So much relies, it seems like, on SPY rallying, and I'm just not sure if it will or not. Ahoy! Yeah, BBY probably make new lows. Look out for 26.20 and then 2.5. Okay, so I close my covered calls for now. If we start to rally, I'll just probably reopen them. I'm just a little uncertain still. It moved the channel back to, I think this is where it was. I accidentally moved it. But yeah, that does look pretty consistent with those bodies. And on a daily, a big wick down there is pretty bullish. If it stays like that, of course. Woohoo! QQQ calls. Nice. Raised 60 to 70% of their market cap in one day. Oh, there's a pop. SPY's filling a gap. I'd probably go long. I'm not sure. I'm almost thinking it might just chop around still. The GME is melting up here with it. Low volume, but it is up 1%. Carvana's up 20%. So chilled out after that halt, it looks like. MSGM 25, TCAT 25. Yeah, I'm gonna chill on the futures with that. Time to day trade. Okay, BUI looks like it's about to flush through. You can see, yeah, you kind of see the support I have drawn here. Let's look at some volume. The volume, yeah, this, as you see, the volume kind of drops off after at 24.45, which is kind of my last support on there. Don't imagine it going below that, but if it does, yeah, you're looking at like probably filling this gap down here even 1.6. I took a loss on my puts on GME, unfortunately, but the puts were out of the money, and so I need an actual move. I can't just have it consolidating. And then the covered calls, I don't know, I'll get back into it. Made a big rejection there on SPY. Undecided direction today. Okay, now SPY's back through VWAP. BBY about to make a new low. We have Williams. Let's see, he spoke at 9:15. I think we're getting some move from that, maybe. Wait, what? Oh, that was this morning. Whoops. Um, Bar spoke at 10. Maybe that's what that green candle is from. So they haven't really moved the market much. Yeah, that's basically it. Now we just have commodities. Interesting. Yeah, so that's it. The market is free to move. Got EU close in an hour. Whoops, already on BBY. Wants to hold up in that range. All right, we're gonna keep reading that BBY write up. It is pretty interesting. Oh, so there's a wick down there. Whoa, it did wick down there. We'll see. Got 2 more minutes for that candle. Order book data. Yeah, we got order book. Level 2 here, and then level 1. And then NBBO, I think. Yeah, NBBO. Oh, I don't actually have NBBO. You have level 2 there. Nice. Well played, Mark. Maybe I should go high and not go down. We save him from bankruptcy. It's kind of the way it works. It goes kind of the opposite of what you think. Buy the rumor, sell the news. It could be kind of. I mean, the drop was from the news of the offering, even though that was bullish more or less. Spies coming down here, but this is a tight range it's in. All right, see you, Mark. Thanks for cruising by, man. Thanks for your thumbs up. Short test on our new video. It's little profs before run ups we used to get. Um, to me, the trough is bigger, and it would have to come back down here because this has just been a melt up. But I think GME's been fixed, maybe. It's not doing the same stuff so far. That doesn't be why I like put some tests on the video. The rally doesn't seem to be over. Yeah, maybe CPI will be the trigger next week. I don't know if it'll make new highs though necessarily. Seems like it might just chop around up here. Always good and sexy. You have a lottery in UK? Alright. Another paycheck and it won't be back up. Shut up and take your money. I'm not giving you 6 numbers. No, it's not halted at the downside. Not halted at all. It's just chilling down here. Well, I got it in my covered calls, which I'm fine with. But my puts, it does come down. Look, even BuzzFeed's up today. I literally missed all these by 1 day. Why selling on a big red day is not always a good idea. Sell into strength. Yeah, all these ones I just closed. It's not like they're gonna come back and make it break even or anything, but at least get back some gains. Oh well. Roblox? Yeah, I think it's slowing down. Looks like it's moved with the market and everything else. It's pretty much doubled in the last month or so. This didn't quite double, but similar deal. They'll have that kind of that range on the downside. Oh, see that? Those peaks. So that, and then you also have the RSI kind of diverging here. Yeah, you do have RSI divergence, so probably don't see the rally continuing much, if it does at all. Puts on a lot of stuff is probably going to be the play. A lot of the stuff that's rallied a lot. Because Ukraine and the US would be subsided with 10 billion. Make a new low? No, not yet. Not yet. Looks like it's going to though. All right, I'm gonna go back to reading what we're reading. So we read the little excerpt from different things they're offering. He breaks it down here. He says that means they are offering three things: fancy new preferred stock, common stock warrants, and fancy new preferred stock warrants. What's a warrant? A warrant is a right but not an obligation to acquire securities, typically common equity securities, from the issuer at a set price, or price to be calculated in accordance with a set formula, and during a specified period. So warrants have expirations, I think. Warrants are often issued in connection with private equity leveraged buyout, which could be true, I'm not sure, but could be. Warrants are often issued in connection with a private equity leveraged buyout, minority investment, or mezzanine financing, and are typically issued with debt securities or preferred stock as an inducement or equity kicker for potential investors. Okay, so we pulled that from Thomas Reuters Practical Law. How many shares are we talking? The 8K says the company expects to raise approximately 225 million of gross proceeds in the offering, together with an additional approximately 800 million of gross proceeds. So that 225 million BBY is already raised. And that was the news after hours yesterday, actually. That was when we got that pop. Approximately 800 million of gross proceeds through the issuance of securities requiring the holder thereof to exercise warrants to purchase shares of Series A preferred stock in future installments. All right, it's bouncing here a little bit. So the 225 million they've already raised. I think the rest of it, they have to, the rest of the 800 million is through purchase shares of Series A preferred stock in future installments. Exercising warrants, rather, yeah. They expect to raise a bit more than $1 billion in cash. But most of this detail may not matter too much because this could be all for one or very few buyers already determined. All right, new low on BBBY. SPY is also coming down here. Let's see here. So I might take a short here. Did break the channel or break that little range. Oh, we just got oil info. I'm gonna wait on it. There is this wick over here, so it's still could be kind of just testing it. Oil dropped on inventory news. So I mean, the bond market and the dollar have not been agreeing with the rally the market's been on for a bit now. So if the market catches up to the dollar and the bonds, then it's probably going to come down. Yeah, pretty big drop on oil there. Don't like how choppy it looks. Oh man, GME just dropped down to VWAP. BBBY. So 2650 looks like it's at. Broke through that support. 2620 is kind of a soft level, and then really 25 250. But just because it gets to 250, or if it does, doesn't mean it's just going to immediately go up. It could trade around there for who knows how long. MSGM trying to make more moves. Nirvana coming down with that. On 27 broke, next level is around 250, 210. Yeah. So hit 2650. Gonna have the 2620 still. Hasn't quite gotten there. After that, I think a pretty strong support will be around that 2.5 range. Anywhere from 2.5 down to like 2.4 or even 2.25. You know, like here. At 244.5 though, I feel like that probably be a range it grabs to. Because that's kind of the bottom of the volume too. I mean, you see all the volume trade in there, where it just held in there, and then that's confirmed with our volume thing here. So the bottom of that range. So if it does drop below that, it's kind of, it might just flush a bit, but yeah, I'd like to see that hold up. Get rid of some of these lines. Actually, that might even still be a play. Yeah, we might even might get a bounce on that downward trend on this line. Right at like $2. 2650. BBY is coming down a little more. GME came down a little bit. It was just kind of scaring me. It's staying up in that channel, and then SPY looking pretty bullish. So I'm fine to just sit for now on it. Out of my long puts, out of my covered calls even. Yeah, BBY finding new supports. 2650. What looks like good news though is BY will probably hit its low today even, with how much volume and how volatile it is. You don't have to wait a long time. It's not a slow mover right now. So it gets there, gets the job done. You know, 45 million in that first hour. Ton of volume. The float, what's it? Free float's only 114 million. It's traded like half the float the first hour. Crazy. So, yeah. SPY looks very weak here though. Looks like it's gonna keep going down. The fact that it's holding below that kind of wick. Might even take a little cheeky short here. Better to wait. Very choppy. Down 6 right now, Bobby. cutting your losses. Yeah, I guess you have to plan what you're willing to hold through. And if what you bought in for has changed, then yeah, you could wait for a spike to close. If what you bought in for fundamental hasn't changed, then it coming down can just be appealing to buy more at a cheaper price. Not dog grooming advice. Thank you guys for your likes. I appreciate it. We're at 38. Nice. 2650. Probably gonna make a new low here though. Yeah, I closed my over leveraged position up here. It was too big. Um, I took a loss up here on it, but that's why there's no way I can tell you what to do with your setup because I don't know anything about you. Uh, I do still have a large position on it, which I am willing to hold through whatever, and I will be buying more on the dip where I think it's stabilizing or reversing. Probably not with that same amount, but maybe at least cash secured puts on it. So my TD account, I still have everything. I still have 30 cash secured puts and then 1,262 shares. So that's 4,262 shares, I think. Yeah. But even though it's actually coming down here, those cash secured puts aren't, they haven't really, all right, there's a little flush on it. 26.2 just got hit. 26.10 was the low. It's all happening fast. This honestly could, this is crazy. All this volume is just moving it so quickly, which is nice. But yeah, the IV is so high that it's the cash secured puts haven't really even come down that much. That little flush brought them down. But they're only down 60%, which is crazy. Because it's a 3 strike, which is I'm agreeing to buy them at $3 for this Friday. So ideally at the bottom, I'll roll it to next week to a lower strike. Look at that, it's bouncing right on that line we have. Not sure if that'll hold or not, but wicked through it and now green candle right on it. Yeah, that thing is dead today. So this might reverse to a red candle and keep coming. I think Bostic's speaking right now. I don't know why. Bar was supposed to speak at 10. Maybe it's still that. Williams at 9:15. Bar was at 10. Maybe that's still going on. Yeah, that's turning red. So look for 2.5. Fed Williams says labor market is very strong. Fed Williams says we will still have work to do on rates. And I think that's part of the sell-off here you're seeing is from these guys talking. Turkey Stock Exchange suspends trading until February 14. What? That's awful. That's very, very bad news. Fed Williams 5 to 5.25% on rates, a reasonable view. So that was probably this move right here. Turkish stocks to restart trading on February 15th. Williams says there's a lot of uncertainty around inflation outlook. Williams says inflation could prove more persistent for certain reasons. Maybe services prices stay elevated, and if that happens, we'll need higher rates. 25 basis point rate hikes seem best option for now. Fed policy is barely restrictive right now. Housing sector is seeing definite slowdown. Demand in the US seems very strong. Those are all the Williams headlines. Williams says need to maintain restrictive stance for a few years. Americans fall behind on car payments at a higher rate than in 2009. Europe's central bank not says headline inflation appears to have peaked. And then we had wholesale inventories. That was at 10. Basically expectations. Yeah, actually right expectations. Chamath, we haven't heard from Chamath in a while. He says that the rates need to stay at this level for 5, 6, 7 years, hopefully, in order to really flush out excess capital in the market. Not says may need 50 basis point hike if in May if underlying prices don't slow. Cook says Fed will stay the course until inflation is contained. Yeah, all these Fed guys are talking. Cook says appropriate to move in smaller steps as Fed tightens. Larry Summers said the economy is still at risk of sudden stop despite January's massive job growth. 2.6 that candle wick down to. Europe Central Bank not says sees initial signs of tightening in housing market. Uh, 10-year Treasury yields rise to 3.692, high since January 6. Crude oil inventories made that drop. Federal stocks. Cook says higher mortgage rates are undoubtedly causing pain to home buyers and builders. ECB is not says likelihood that core inflation becomes higher than headline inflation is there. Over 100 million households around the world share accounts, which undermines our long-term ability to invest and improve Netflix. Wow, there's a lot to catch up on. Yep, that's the fun time. Furs, fun time. 2.5 on BBY. Yeah, I see that 132,000 buy wall. I see one at 2.6. Yeah, those are pretty big walls actually. I think I can pop this out. Yeah, I can pop this out so you can see it. There's the level 2 on BBBY. That's what he's talking about. SPY's coming down here a bit. How do I... I don't know if I'll leave that up there. Don't get excited. Whoa, nat gas flushed. Down 4.26. I can pin this, yeah. Sticky on top. There you go. Nirvana's up 16%. MSGM still up 35%. Breaking out a bit. ECAT 25. Carvana's holding up. AI sold off a bit. Below VWAP now. How's the market crashing? Market is not crashing. But we're hearing Fed speakers right now, and they're causing a little moves both ways. But no data today. Not any data. That's too necessary, I don't think. But those Fed speakers did have some movement on it. Thanks guys for your likes. Got 39 of them. Well done. Proper. Yeah, I think it's like $1 a month or something for the L2. Bouncing a bit there. We do have a double doji candle there, which could be a sign of a bottom. Well, that's AI now. Whoops. Why'd I go to AI? Oh, that is BBY. That was weird. We're in an uptrend? On BBBY or the market, or what do you mean? What are you talking about? GME kind of holding up above VWAP now. Oh, this is staying updated with my ticker. That's nice. Even though it's stickied on top. SPY. What's your time frame? Uptrend. Like 5-minute, daily, scalp trading, swing trading. So I haven't really seen the volume pour in yet though. You see the bids on here. Pump it up. Daily. We are still in an uptrend. Thing is these are some bearish candles. But moving averages, everything looks bullish. MACD still bullish. And it's not really at like a necessarily strong resistance. So chop, consolidation, settling down, and potentially new highs passing that 418. Well, there's a pretty big bounce. But it looks more choppy more than anything. Jimmy got some volume too there. Yeah, Jimmy. Interesting that these two are moving together now. That's what it seems like. Jimmy moving up. Because we haven't seen them move together unless if BBY's basically when it was halting, it was going insane. It's like they kind of ebb and flow in and out of, not the basket, but in and out of their kind of correlation. That was kind of interesting. They both got the volume and the spike kind of at the same time there. I guess Bed Bath didn't get much volume. That buy wall kind of went away. Just went down some on the 2.6. It looks like it might get a bounce here on BBY, maybe back up to VWAP, $2.80. Yeah. I mean, algos, AI, maybe. Probably some artificial intelligence in there. Talk GME to me. GME might be bullish. It's hanging on in this channel still, so I closed my puts this morning. I even closed my covered calls. But it seems pretty reliant on the market, so I would like to see it come down, honestly. I'd like it to just shake out of this weird pattern it's in. But it doesn't really matter what I'd like to see. It's just, it's confusing what's going on with it, with this volume on and off, and then reading these divergences on the RSI. And I mean, it's kind of similar to SPY in that way, the last few days, I guess. So everything's kind of just waiting, it seems like, or at least SPY and GME. BBY is kind of on its own deal. So moving back up here a little bit. This could be a temporary bottom, that 260 that we hit. But the bodies, look, they're right on that, basically right on that 262 line we drew. So I don't know if this will be the low of the day, but it could be. Flies kind of coming down here, breaking that low. Let me close the wedge breakout. Talking about GME. Review up is higher, 2.8. 2.798 is what Weeble's showing me. I've heard that Weeble's VWAP is a little weird though. I've actually heard that. So this red candle here, but it still could be finding support on this level. Doesn't just mean it'll come up. But if it trades and keeps bouncing off of this, that's a good sign of a support level. Yeah, GME just shut off and it's looking similar to SPY. So still a 90,000 order on BBBY at that $2.60, and then a 129,000 order on the bid at $2.50. GNS coming down now. Yeah, I was surprised at that pump this morning. Kind of interesting. But yeah, I mean, it has those RSI divergences. It has a lot of gaps to fill down here. Right, it got options. I forgot that. Pretty big spread. Avia. Nirvana. All right. I'm gonna keep reading this about the share offering on BBY. So we're like right here on it. That was the screenshot from the filing. We read through this bit. They've already raised the 225 million. So the additional 800 million is going to be from exercising warrants. Yeah, this guy's speculating that it's for one or very, very few buyers already determined, which could be Zava. BBY back at that low. Zava's moving, yep, 3%. Interesting. It's been theorized Zava moves with GME or before it, I think. I don't know how correlated it is though. I was really surprised to see Carvana pop up when BBBY got halted and GME and AMC ripped. So we're seeing here Bed Bath is kind of wicking at that support again. Might make a new low. Bottom wick would be good, signifying a support. The clause prevents the conversion of preferred stocks and warrants being converted to more than 9.99% of shares. Oh, really? 5 p.m. Java, we're going back home. All right, Julian. Common stock. Any chance BY turns into a new IPO for baby? Not from these filings. I don't think it's pointing to that, but I could be wrong. So I'll keep reading on this. So yeah, there's no market for trading the Series A convertible preferred stock or the warrants, and we do not expect a market to develop, they said. So he says in here, still trying to discern whether the first part means all the total stock can only be purchased by one buyer, or that you have to buy each one of the 3 new offerings in tranches without excluding any He's leaning to the latter, which I think that's probably what I would think also. But that second part is juicy, meaning they don't plan on selling these new securities to the public. It's basically an invitation to buy for certain players, probably already decided on. It just screams a private deal. possibly a leveraged buyout, which if you haven't already heard is already marked down as being agreed upon late January on PitchBook. An expensive M&A database that is almost always right. Add in the weird default and bond payment situation. Wait, speaking of default, there were some interesting updates on that as well. Now we're here. Default. Default is waived plus credit is increased. So remember how they defaulted on their loan with JP Morgan? But I'm not sure if this part is true. I don't know if it has been suggested, but it would maybe we could see the right side of your screen as well. So level 2 is right here actually. I have it popped up right here. Right side over here just shows positions. I have LPTV, ASPI, KNW. I don't really have any money in this account. It's just random. Nothing to see over here. The DD isn't Discord. It's under Nighthawk sharing some stuff too. It's under media. If you go up, Nighthawk shared it yesterday at 11:42. It's called "Why the Filings Today Were So Bullish." So BY looks like it's maybe building a support here. GME with weird just volume spikes here and there. Very strange. Default is waived plus credit is increased. Bed Bath confirmed the default was nothing to sweat about. They say concurrently with the closing of the offering, the company will enter into a waiver, an amendment to the credit agreement with certain of the company's US and Canadian subsidiaries. Party thereto, the administrative agent, 6th Street Specialty Lending Incorporated as Philo agent, and the lenders party thereto. Pursuant to the amendment, the lenders are agreeing to waive any outstanding defaults or events of default under the existing credit facilities and rescind the implementation of the acceleration of obligations under the existing credit facilities, the requirement to cash collateralized letters of credit obligations under the existing credit facilities, and default interest on the outstanding obligations under the existing credit facilities. But he says this is supplies coming down here, new low maybe. BBY is holding still. Don't really need to see GME, it's kind of moving with SPY. We'll see if Bed Bath kind of starts tethering to SPY, but we haven't seen that for a bit. No, it's not actually on Carvana. Don't mind that. This is actually showing what one's highlighted. So over here, SPY, the right's BBY. So this is updating whenever I click on that box. This ticker for some reason doesn't always update. SPY is 410 and bounce back. 410 is that 9 moving average. Helb is back to 12 again. Wait, what do you mean 12? 12 cents? Yeah, I think I closed Helbiz. I like it. Or no, did I keep this one open? The one I kept open. So I closed out MSGM, which is up 26% today. I closed out BuzzFeed, which is up like 4% today. I kept Helbiz. I like this space, so that's why I kept it. I have a ton of Bird shares, so Helbiz is right there. Filling this gap on Helbiz, yeah, they're news dependent. They talk about fighting short sellers or plans to do that. This thing could go crazy again. If they say they're going to offer a dividend or do anything that the CEO of GNS is doing, start coming into action, then it's going to go crazy. But TA wise, yeah, this whole rally was all pumped from them saying whatever, they're jumping on board with him. So whether they were just saying that to get their price to go up or if they're actually going to remains to be seen. If there's no news, it probably will come back down and settle in fill this gap. But you still have a support here. I mean, kind of from where it started at 18 cents or so. But yeah, pretty big drop on it today. But Yeah, GME's dead. So building support here on BBBY. Self-help is. They have an extension to get to $1. They already got the extension. Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of those pump on recently. They've pumped on, yeah, just the extension, the compliance extension. Even reverse splits have pumped them, so it has a lot of different catalysts that potentially could make it rip. Yeah, so we'll go back to this. So he's saying this is basically saying that lenders involved with the default on the loans last month have agreed to just look the other way on the default, so the creditors aren't stupid, and instead of starting the default process, they are letting Bed Bath turn around or get bought out. Also, you can see the right under their lenders actually increase the loan to Bed Bath. Why would they increase the loan to a company they don't think will get them their money back? So I'm not sure. He's theorizing that this is the same. I don't know if this is the JP Morgan default or not, but maybe it is. And then he talks about NDAs and why it's interesting. So it seems like there is some secretive stuff that they're not trying to disclose. The 8K. He says it's not very common to have it. I'm not too sure. But yeah, they do mention cleansing materials, which is strange. The company entered into a certain confidential agreements pursuant to which the company agreed to publicly disclose certain information, including material non-public information. They're under the cleansing materials upon the occurrence of certain events set forth in such NDAs. A copy of the cleansing materials is attached to this current report on Form 8K. So we don't have, I'm assuming we don't have access to that. And NDA stands for non-disclosure agreement. So if you sign that, you can't talk about whatever you're about to see. BY's coming down. See if it bounces. GME kind of moving down too a little bit with the market. Oh. So still 92,000 bid there at $2.60. Hasn't hit yet. Joe's talking about an extension on Helbiz to get, because they're out of compliance right now. You have to be over $1 to trade on NASDAQ. So when you go under, they give you warning, and then you have to get your share price over $1 or get delisted. Those soaps are real good. Yeah, it could be interesting. So he says at first thought, I thought this could be just legalize or standard language. But they specifically mentioned non-public information referred to as cleansing materials. That doesn't sound like a simple turnaround plan to me. Why would they need to keep private some of their goals? We know they have goals. They list them specifically and call out these goals. Have nothing to do with the cleansing materials or whatever is happening behind the scenes. That's his speculation. Could be. Buys melting down here. Actually, it's down 0.76%, so pretty big day already. Bed Bath appointed Holly Etlin as interim CFO, an experienced Alex or Ally Partners partner and managing director. And then add that to the many new hires of the past months, most notably my man David Caston. So I guess she's like, has a lot of experience with turnarounds. I think she's the one that I was reading about. As far as David Caston, I don't know who he is, but this guy likes him. TLDR, bankruptcy is officially off the table due to share offering and waiving default. It's not, I don't think, I'm pretty sure BY said themselves, this share offering has to work or they will be filing for bankruptcy. So it's showing more support here. Some sort of buyout LBO is probably agreed upon and underway. Gross never covered. Also, while you're here, I have to mention a couple other things. BY has been on Reg Show for a month. Short interest still above 50%. FTDs are stacking for the coming weeks. Cost of borrows at all-time highs. Technical indicators are highly suggesting more crazy price action. Well, it's been crazy so far, down almost 12% after being down 50%. Pies melting down here. GME or BBY still consolidating there. Not necessarily reversing, but building a level. So that was a write-up on our BBY by user the Olu Wapde. Could have helped my cover calls. Maybe I'll get back into them. I don't know. GME is so confusing. Kind of still in there. We get back into these covered calls. I don't know. So EU closes in what, 20 minutes? Not a very good time to get in unless if it does keep coming down. Yeah, I'm gonna put it at the market. I got 22 calls in the weekly. Ones I got before were 24, so it wasn't a lot of premium. These 22s are a little better. Market's looking pretty weak. So holding support there at that $2.60 for now. We're the Bobby only post information that makes the stock go lower. They're letting someone grab shares lower. What, they don't only post information that makes it. I mean, how do they know what their share is going to cause on the stock price? I mean, they have to disclose of what they've disclosed, and then they gave strategic updates, which was, you know, bullish. It wasn't saying, "Oh, we're going to go bankrupt." We'll get into that. What they mentioned after hours. It's just normal fluff. We're closing stores. We're working on turning around. We're trying to fix this and that and get rid of a debt. I don't know if BCG is still in there. I think Ryan Cohen got rid of him. That would be fraud if they were intentionally dropping their share price for someone to buy. So pretty sure they're not doing that. I mean, they don't have control over what their share price does, but if they were, you're talking about what we're trying to go against with the short and distort, where they short a stock and then come out with a bunch of misleading media. So that's illegal, and typically you do it if you were short it. That is actually one of the speculations, though, is that the buyer is shorting it, which kind of made my head explode. There's a lot still to go over, actually. I just remembered they actually have already. I think we know the price of the warrants. We'll look at that. I have a lot of questions on it. Maybe you guys can help. Pretty thing. Let us tell you all what to say. We'll make you say float. Still using B0. Just bought 50 call options. So the options, even though it's coming down, they're still very expensive. Because the IV. So it's not like buying the shares down here. If you buy them here, they're more expensive. If you buy them here, they're cheaper. The calls, though, it's not like a one-to-one like that. They know the new word. Pump it. Like the hush game. Around the one. I don't really look at 1 minute in technical analysis. Ms. Linda helped me get rich off crypto. Can't wait till they turn into. What's the difference between device and crypto made me millions? Yeah. Yeah, the comments. That's true. Their names aren't usually like that, but buy is melting down. Haven't liked any trade setups today, really. So good on that. More so. This was a Wall Street Journal article, but it's actually on Webull. This is linked in our Discord too. I could actually just have this read aloud. I know you guys like to probably have me read it instead of this, but might be nice. Let's hear how this sounds. It's a robot. It's okay, it's not very pleasing to the ear, that robot. Hudson Capital's trading both sides. Yeah, that's kind of, is that what I was reading? Anyways, this Wall Street Journal article talks about the conversion price. I don't know where they're getting all this info from. I didn't see this. I mean, it's on a filing somewhere, I'd imagine. It's talking about 237 preferred shares and comes to well below the $3 close. Yeah, so we'll look at this. Buys coming down. Story time with Happy's robot. I need to program my voice. Doing like the voices. I can just put a script on it, it'll just read it. My voice. That'd be cheating. I fear you underestimate the sneakiness, sir. Nighthawk shared Series A convertible preferred stock. Pricing term sheet. Okay, this is maybe where they got it. When was this? February 7th. Is this what we just read? No, this is different. Interesting. So this is where the Wall Street Journal, I think, got their info. I don't even know. This is some form. We'll look at this. BBY looks like it probably will break through support. Again, just consolidating on that level doesn't mean it's going to hold that level. Okay. I guess I'll just. So you close in 15 minutes. SPY just slowly melting down. Weird price action. We should do it, Ace. Yeah, you probably just have to. I have to what? Read a script. I'm working on Arnold right now. You should do that. Tell me what to do. I'll do it. I thought you just used like a. I thought you already used like a program yourself. I didn't realize you. Because Biden's is already out there. That's you just plug in the words more or less, right? Or speak it and then it does it. Or was that all you? Pretty impressive. Here's your Arnold. Oh, deja vu. I just sneezed. You guys missed it. I muted. Spy little green candle. BBY either bounces or flushes here. Right at that support. We'll probably move with some velocity. The downside. Yeah, I figured there was apps to do that. There's probably read aloud. Is there somebody I can just have a better sounding voice read aloud? Text to speech voice reader. Does it sound good though? Try this. The Chrome extension. We'll see what happens. Probably get viruses. Just curious if it sounds better than this one on Weeble. It's a little better. It's pretty loud. See if it's better than this one. She's not very good. This is read aloud Chrome extension. Maybe there's a better one with a better voice. BBY is still holding that support. F read aloud. Do you have a better one? That was just the first one I saw. All right, I got a little food here I'm gonna eat. I'll keep an eye. I'm gonna be right here, but I'll put on a little.
Well, you can see a very well-defined trend environment to the upside, but when we look at the daily, I'm going to show you that we're just back to a key area of resistance, so I can understand why Don's a bit bearish this one. On the way up, though, you can see a few areas of consolidation that form. So at this point on the hourly, really no indication that we've taken out the working assumption or invalidated the working assumption that we're trending higher. I think that would come below 133. So as long as we're holding this area, actually kind of question mark, do we start to balance at 160? But above 133, this trend on the hourly is still well intact. Let's take a look. Stepping back, and the daily time frame shows this move up from 73 up to 160 here. Just a blip on the radar in terms of the bigger picture move that we've seen. You can see in the top left corner from 354 all the way to the lows that we saw last fall. This is a longer term trend to the downside, and here again we're just now kind of testing the upper extreme of the range that we've been in since the beginning of last year. This stock no stranger to very elongated and very mature areas of balance. You can see we've been kind of consolidating around 140. Well, I guess as you look, it goes all the way back to May, June, July of 2021. So we had the breakout below down to 73, but a failed attempt to break out to the downside. So let's see what happens at this upper extreme retest of that range that we've been in. Taking a step away from the daily, looking at the more moving averages here, you can see we're above the 50, above the 200, but you can also see how, again, as you look off to the left here a bit, kind of right back into that range that we established the upper extreme of. We've got May, June, July, August highs up here to keep an eye on. So some heavy lifting for the bulls still to do here. And I think that's why Don's kind of looking at this bigger picture potential opportunity to roll over here at this point and lose some of that momentum that we'd seen on the short term.
Yeah, and you know, I was just looking at this chart, Ben, that you had up and put in BABA, put in JD. It ran out of time, but I'm sure Pinduoduo looks exactly the same too. Don, you know, there was a lot of skepticism about even investing in these Chinese-related stocks. Do you have a big picture thought on people who like to put money in the China-based
guy's back.
stocks?
No, yeah, the concern right now is clearly just that, is they're just hopping on a bandwagon and riding the momentum of a news announcement that ultimately Microsoft had with ChatGPT. Google hopped in the ring, but Google probably had some real technology behind it. The big question here is, does Baidu Does, Alibaba, do they even have anything that's going to rival what, chat, GPT is? And moreover, it's so early in this technology. You have no idea, number one, who's going to pay for it, where it's actually going to surface, how we're actually going to produce profitability. Again, it's so early on in this process that, I feel like everybody's like, place your bets right now. Where is this technology really going to grip hold? Where is it going to end up? Is it going to be a Microsoft? Is it going to be a much smaller up and coming firm? It's too early to tell at this particular point in time.
Yeah. I want to turn your attention to Intel. We know that the chips, semis have had a tough go of it over the past time, but now I'm hearing the word bullish. Will the real Don Kaufman please stand up? And bullish? You're looking here at Intel. Tell us a little bit about it.
I know it pains me to do this, but yeah, once in a while I am going to be a little bit bullish. In this particular case, the chip sector, but much more specifically than just chip sector, Intel. Intel has really at this point, I think, actually found at least a shorter term bottom, and I'm actually going to make a bid for it, specifically using an out of the money call spread. Just a nice cheap upside shot in here between now and April expiration. Let's get into the specifics. So in Intel, I'm going to use the April 21st expiration. I'm going to be buying the 31 calls, selling the 34 calls. It's done for about a 65-cent debit. So it's defined risk shot between now and the April expiration to the upside. I mean, ultimately, this has a lot of, beginnings in the fundamental side of things, whereas Intel is still throwing off huge amounts of cash. It's cash flow positive, and I think that's going to be instrumental in the stock actually moving up. Even if the S&Ps are to roll over here and we see some more sell side activity specific to tech, it's going to be the tech stocks that have actually been involved in the wicked, what I term like rip your face off rallies, the Nvidias and so forth, are going to take the hit, not necessarily Intel. We'll see a rotation back into what I call the old tech, which Intel definitely corresponds to.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of people who like old tech. Ben, your thoughts on what you're seeing with the Intel chart?
Nicole, I like that one. Will the real Don Kaufman really stand up? When I saw this trade, I was thinking to myself, Nicole, call the authorities. Don, blink twice if you're in trouble, because seeing Don on a bullish stance was a little bit unusual, to say the least. But here you can see a very bearish type scenario playing out over the 5-minute time frame. This goes back to the highs we saw end of last week, up around 31. You can see how we've been consolidating for the most part around the middle of this 2880. We'll call it above 2840. And below 29. Look at the areas of consolidation that I went ahead and identified. And again, I just want to point to, this is a very granular chart, right? We're looking at the 5-minute, but we can establish a trend lower here over the last few days and some recent weakness. Look, we're actually testing the lower extreme of this range right now, down at this 2842 level. Stepping back and looking at the daily time frame shows how it's not just weakness on the intraday since last Friday. This is almost an identical pattern, right? Top left corner to bottom right, that kind of hockey stick pattern playing out here, where we get the sideways consolidation as we're forming value basically since, looks like September of last year. And here you can see that's right around the $29 level, but you can also see some of the areas of consolidation have formed on the way down. So until we take out 38, that bullish stance that Don's taking from me is just kind of, I think, it looks like it's not necessarily based on structure or any rejection of this lower level. And I've talked about it before. For me, I think it looks like never really worked. Now, I like what Don's talking
not really
about
moving
in
much
terms
on
of
that,
defining
actually.
risk here. I think that's important, but let's step back. Let's look at the daily time frame again, but where things stand in terms of the bigger picture, because I wanted to point out how we're just teetering around the 50-day moving average, the blue line. We're below the 200-day moving
dipped lower than the gap. I don't know if we'll make it to the next gaps. You know, on BBY, I feel like we'll probably hold in the 2 range. 2.25, like it's a low, but I feel like 2.5 or even up to 2.6. If it does break here, then yeah, probably fill those gaps, or at least this one, because there's not much volume traded in here. It's just flush. But now that bankruptcy's off the table, I'm just thinking I just don't see it coming down that low. But we'll see. Holding tightly on this support though. See if SPY bounced on this line I got here is 410. Those are pretty far down there. Now GME's starting to feel it. It wicked on that line we have. Might be a spot to go long. So yeah, I'll just read this. There's an article from Wall Street Journal. I think they got their data from this filing that Nighthawk shared. Not sure though. I have to read both. So yeah, Europe closes in 1 minute. See if it changes the direction on stuff. Maybe look down at the gaps. Maybe. That's a pretty long wick. That'd be pretty aggressive. But yeah, you could see some stop loss hunting. So this is a Wall Street Journal article. Why would a well-established hedge fund and other investors spend as much as $1 billion to purchase the equity of a real retailer on the verge of bankruptcy? A move that could wipe out that equity. That is what some on Wall Street are asking after Hudson Bay Capital Management and others agreed to invest in struggling Bed Bath & Beyond. Whoa. For Bed Bath & Beyond, the deal is an obvious one, traders said. Without it, the retailer was looking at a bleak future. So BBY might break this support here. I think it wants to. The company missed insurance payments to bondholders, saw its credit lines frozen, and couldn't get banks to lend it money. Tuesday's deal, which involved the sale of convertible preferred stock and warrants to Hudson Bay and other investors, will provide Bed Bath & Beyond with $225 million up front and up to $800 million over time, taking bankruptcy off the table, at least for now. I may make another appearance. The company said proceeds from the transaction will be used to repay borrowings on the company's revolving credit facility, which had been frozen because of the default last month. So why is Hudson Bay making such a big investment in Bed Bath & Beyond? There's a lot of upside if the company stabilizes its business and limited downside because of the generous terms for the buyers. This is kind of what I was saying. They've got great terms on there. So there's still risk, but they've got better terms than, say, you and me that just buy shares. And because Hudson Bay has hedged its exposure. Not sure how they've hedged, but okay. Hudson Bay Capital is a Greenwich, Connecticut-based firm that has grown to $19 billion since launching in 2006, thanks to returns that have averaged 10.5% after fees, according to someone close to the firm. But it isn't a firm that generally uses a lot of leverage or borrowed money, nor does it roll the dice on risky trades, according to investors. That's good. Founded by Sander Gerber, a former options trader at the American Stock Exchange, Hudson Bay has sometimes taken activist stakes in companies and invested in distressed businesses. In the past, it has purchased convertible shares in troubled companies, including Plug Power and Transocean, but the firm boasts of its sophisticated risk management, which it calls the deal code system. Pronounced Greenwich. Greenwich? Oh, they have it as Greenwich in here. Greenwich. Greenwich? Have two E's. Terms of the Bed Bath & Beyond. Greenwich, not Greenwich or Greenwich, but Greenwich. All right, BBY breaking through that support. like Greenwich Village, New York. SPY is also moving down, but I think it's uncorrelated. We'll see if BY makes a new low here. BuzzFeed's up 8%. All these ones I was just like one day lacking on patience. It was partially the SPY and that I moved down thinking it was over. Same thing happened to me before when Powell spoke. I got into my risky plays. I'm like, all right, it's over. Gotta have patience. Just wicked down so far to that 2.6 area, but probably gonna keep going. We'll see. There is this now. It's 107,000 bid at $2.60. Algo or flashes? No, I don't know what those are. Once this fills, we've got room to go till $2.05 or 50 cents rather. So might be kind of quick to $2.50 or somewhere thereabouts. SPY is melting down here. Back to that 410 level, see if it holds. All right, I'll keep reading. Terms of the Bed Bath & Beyond transaction help explain why Hudson Bay and other investors are willing to open their wallets to such a struggling company. The new financing could grow to more than $1 billion, but only if the retailer can improve its fortunes. More important, the deal enables Hudson Bay and the other investors to acquire common shares at a discount to the market price. This is where it starts getting confusing. The deal enables Hudson Bay and the other investors to acquire common shares, so they can acquire common shares at a discount. Investors can convert their newly acquired preferred shares into common shares, okay, at a variable price that was $3.27 a share on Tuesday, well below the $3.10 close of the stock. The conversion price could change day to day based on fluctuations in the stock price, though the conversion price can't drop below 71 cents. So I don't get that. Oh, there's the flush. Did you see that? So that $2.60 order is gone. Next big order on here is $2.50. There it goes, $2.55. Next big order is $2.50. Probably stabilize somewhere around there. They moved it to $2.50. No, the $2.50 was there. That 126 $2.50 was there. There was another one at 2 or wherever we were. I can't remember, $2.60 for like 96,000. Getting pretty volatile here. And not seeing any more bid support down here. Past that 250. $253. Let it get to that 2.5. GME doing nothing. Just following the SPY. I have SPY over here, so GME more or less doesn't need to be looked at unless it starts to do something different. 210. Yeah, I've got like 2.25 or or 22445 is that last kind of support. That's kind of the low. Where's that? That's like this low. So yeah, after that it's I guess the very low that I think it'll hold is at 2.25, but it's gonna get real cheap if it falls below that, I think. Pretty big wick there. Scared of that bid at 250. 210s a bounce 2 weeks ago. Oh, the bottom of this wick right here. Yeah, maybe. I feel like just the wicks are not a very strong spot, but $10 in GME. But an hourly. How about shorter term? GME just doesn't want to break out of this channel yet. Had a lot of velocity down to the bottom of the channel yesterday. Now it's like nothing ever happened. No big deal. SPY is bouncing off that 410 level. BBY is wicking, but I think it'll probably settle down here. A lot of volume there though, which is starting to be a good sign, I would think, of some buying pressure. All right, we'll get back to this article. So I'm still kind of confused about price. Investors can convert their newly acquired preferred shares into common shares at a variable price. So we don't know the variable. Later then it says the conversion price can't drop below 71 cents. So does that mean the spread between the share price and their preferred share price, or the share price can't drop below 71 cents? I don't get that. BuzzFeed's up 7.7. So yeah, this paragraph right here I really don't quite understand, which seems important. SPY coming back down, new low on SPY. So EU closed 10 minutes ago. I think their after hours only last like 15 minutes. I'll keep going unless you guys have any insight into that. I'm down way more by than most of you. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. I was down on my big position that I just opened. I was down like 8 grand. But I made back 1,000 of it yesterday with those covered calls. But then today I couldn't do it, so I'm like, I think it's gonna keep going down. I'm gonna just get out of it for now. And then on this account, 7,300 I'm down. So whatever that adds up to. And then I'm probably still down from my first position, the cash secured puts. I just don't really know. I think so. I think I'm probably down some from that. It probably will. It's just gonna take time. It brought up. I don't know what that is, Khalid. Thanks, Ryan. On this account, this position I held. So 7,300. The shares, and then the cash secured puts. So I'm writing those. They're not on margin, so I'm able to manage it. Okay, so the deal also gives Hudson Bay warrants to acquire additional common shares through future conversions, also at a price substantially higher than the market price. This is where it gets interesting and even more confusing. If Bed Bath & Beyond can somehow stabilize or improve its fortunes, the warrants could have value. In fact, the number of common shares that Hudson could acquire through the warrants are substantially more than the 117 million common shares that currently exist. So that to me sounds like dilution. If they exercise those warrants, I don't know how many there are, but they say it's substantially more than what's already in the float. Because the float's 114 million. They say 117 million. Whatever it is. I don't know what. Yeah, SPY's still coming down here. Might have been a good short after all. I'll wait for 407 to go long. Yeah, so that's interesting. If they exercise their warrants, they're gonna have more than they're gonna double the float. It sounds like. Some have speculated that purchase of the shares could also help investors in the deal if they short positions on Bed Bath & Beyond. That's where I got that from, which kind of makes my head hurt. The purchase of the shares could also help investors in the deal if they short positions on it. In a short trade, an investor borrows and sells a stock, hoping it falls in price, but at some point needs to acquire the shares to replace them. But there are regulations restricting such moves, and Hudson Bay hasn't placed bearish wagers on Bed Bath shares, according to someone close to the matter. Said Hudson Bay has hedged or protected some of its initial investment, the person said, though the firm stands to lose money if Bed Bath & Beyond goes bust and its equity becomes worthless. So that's the thing. They put in money, and that adds conviction that it's a good bet. And they basically pushed off their debt, or repackaged it more or less, through potentially share dilution in the future. As far as this conversion price, that I don't get. So maybe it's finding a floor here. And then what else did I read about the? Oh, this. So I don't know where Nighthawk got this from. Nighthawk, where are you? Oh, this is from Biggie Smalls, but I don't. It's just a screenshot from a post. So I don't know where he's getting these numbers from, but it says the structure is bizarre to have a $6.15 or $6.15 exercise price, which as of close per the offering, their share price was $3.05. On the preferred end, pricing looks to be $2.37 per share. So that is more than likely the floor for dilution. But this doesn't dilute anything until they convert, as these securities can't be traded and there's no market for them. I'm still trying to understand what that means. With the stock warrant component being so high, seems like they want them to decide what they want. Voting power at a massive loss or appreciation in the stock to obtain their absolute return if that's what they are going for. I'm assuming since the common stock has such a high exercise price as it comes with voting power, it's basically a choose your poison scenario. If you dilute with preferred, the company is incentivizing you to do so now. But stay out of the business unless you get the stock to go up to get your other half. If you dilute with common, go for control all you want, but you're going to need the stock to rise for it to be worth it on the other half of your warrants. So I don't know how much of this is from filings and truth and speculation, because I don't know where they got these numbers from. Maybe that's what this filing says. We haven't looked at yet. I just freak out with that 1550 crap. Okay, so he says, which could make it interesting from a dilution perspective, as it seems like it might be one or the other thing, and could be less dilution than expected for the time being, but squashes anything over $6.15 if they're going for a pure absolute return play. But this structure kind of screws on an absolute return play because you can't just dilute and make all your money back. $1 billion committed investment, unless you let the share price appreciate. This all assume that the stock is also not naked shorted. To what extent it is, no one knows. If it's naked shorted 500 million shares plus, then they can't dilute enough to hold off a GameStop 2.0. They would profit off a run, just like any other shareholder would. We just saw 250 million shares traded yesterday on no news and borrow rates at absurd levels. Impossible to say what's to come, but it's enough to know that these guys are not friends and are more than likely acting in their best interest. This play continues to be boom or bust, as I've been saying, extremely high risk. So where did he get that from? Okay, and then this filing. And just read through filings. Let's see. Preferred shares, 23,000 shares of Series A convertible preferred stock with a stated value of 10,000 per share. Why the heck would the value of them be 10,000 per share? Thank you guys for your likes. 46 on the day. Well done. So now there's a pretty big bid here at 25.10, along with that 250. But it'll probably, looks like it's probably going to keep coming down though. GME held up pretty well with that SPY drop. So it looks like there's 23,685 shares of Series A convertible preferred stock with a stated value of 10,000 per share. So I don't understand why they would have the value so high. Initially convertible into 99 million shares of common stock upon conversion of the Series A convertible preferred stock at an alternate conversion price of $2.37. So this is where they got it from. Okay. So 23,685 preferred stock. Oh, with the value of 10,000 per share, because if they converted into 99 million of common stock at a conversion price of $2.37. Still not clear. Common stock warrants. 95 million common stock warrants to purchase up to an aggregate of 95 million shares of common stock. Common stock warrants are immediately exercisable at any time at the option of the holder. For 1 share of common stock, an exercise price of $6.15 per share will expire 5 years from the issuance date. So, yeah, that's where they got those numbers from. So that thing we just read, that was by Biggie Smalls, or BB Smalls or whatever, was the data from this this filing. So that's probably the best TLDR we're going to get on it. If they want voting rights, like he was saying, they'd want the stock price to drop. They just want the profit, they would want it to rally, and then they would exercise. Right? Because if they're exercising the warrants of the common stock, it's not until 6:15. So you wouldn't exercise that when it's down here. Really, I mean, it would only make sense if it was over that, right? Like exercising an option. You don't exercise an option that's out of the money. I'll read this again now that we've read some of that. Let me finish reading the filing, then we'll go back to the simplified version. Preferred stock warrants. Next one. Guess you're all talking about your losses. Great. The holder of common stock warrant also holds preferred stock warrants than the number of shares of common stock issuable by. Was that a complete sentence? And the number of shares of the common stock. That wasn't a complete sentence, but I think I know what you're saying. Oh, you've got a limit on there. Are you just pulling this from that filing? The holder of a common stock warrant also holds preferred stock warrants, and the number of shares of common stock issuable upon the exercise of the common stock warrant held by such holder shall automatically increase on each exercise date of the preferred stock warrant on a share-by-share basis by 50% of the aggregate number of Series A convertible preferred stock issued to the holder in each exercise of the holder. At the alternate conversion price. Close cover calls, noise. You can send a pic on our Discord is the best. I'm not sure what you're reading from, but yeah, our Discord. You can share it in media. There's a screenshot over in media. So the next paragraph in this filing is preferred stock warrants. Prospective investors that purchase 75 million or more of our Series A convertible preferred stock and common stock warrants will also receive a pro rata interest in 84,000 preferred stock warrants to purchase up to 84,000 shares of Series A convertible preferred stock. The preferred stock warrants are immediately exercisable at any time at the option the holder for a pro rata interest in the total preferred warrant shares at an exercise price of $9,500 per share will expire 1 year from the issuance date. So that's for the preferred stock warrants, not the common stock warrants. What happens if the stock price would sell BBY? It doesn't say. SPY's bouncing up here a bit. Same with BBY actually. So we'll see if this this support we had at 2620 acts as a resistance now. You're not seeing any big orders on the ask, so GME is not moving up yet. Might have been a nice long here. I don't know. Do have a line drawn there? Probably. Oh, I don't want it today. Okay. So the next paragraph, if the holder of common stock warrant also holds preferred stock warrants, then the number of shares of common stock issuable upon the exercise of a common stock warrant held by such holder shall automatically increase on each exercise date of the preferred stock warrant on a share-by-share basis by 50% of the aggregate number of shares of common stock then issuable upon conversion of the Series A convertible preferred stock issued to the holder in each exercise of the holder's preferred stock warrant at the alternate conversion price. Dude. I'm gonna stop reading that filing now. I'm not an attorney. I have a hard time deciphering that. I'm starting to grasp it maybe more slowly. Nighthawk shared another post on it. Reverse Terry Reverse. That's the user. From my understanding, this is what he's saying and why BBBY can't come right out and say it. So speculation here. Kind of doing with the long here, actually. Is this a real support though? Real bounce? It did want to dip by. So scary. Chill out for a little bit. So my understanding is what he's saying and why BBY can't come right out and say it. BBBY is offering this share package that forces you to buy warrants plus preferred shares if you want to be involved. Is that how that read? Is it you have to buy both? You can buy just one, but you're not involved. You don't have as much, what, you have voting power or something? Not sure. Doing this, you can't say anyone except hedge funds that want to kill us can buy. Because no matter what evil they committed, that's not a free market. If they're allowing for buyers, it has to be open to everyone. This is bullish. He's saying here that you can either buy preferred and dilute now, aka what a hedge fund who was maliciously buying these shares would do, but you're basically pissing your money away because dilution is obviously bad and you have warrants. You also had to buy that need to be worth more to get your money back. That's why that higher share price for the warrants, which is interesting, higher exercise price. So basically the offer has pick a poison again. Is this the same guy? No. Basically the offer has a poison pick for those that want to hurt us. Let this thing run and then dilute. Very dangerous and costly. Or dilute immediately, paying for preferred shares and taking short-term bankruptcy off the table by literally handing over money to BBY at a loss. This is what I believe the first 200 million we got was, as well as why BBY didn't disclose whom it was. Interesting. So this sounds like, at least those people are speculating, this is some illegal naked short selling crime fighting going on. They just haven't come out and talked about it like GNS or Hellbiz. I don't want the. I've had enough pain on BBY today. I don't want the spy. I don't want futures. Where they sell baby, now the company's worth less. I mean, no filings that we've seen it talks about them selling baby. But that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, depending on their price they got. If they could pay off all their debt and kind of restart, especially if they had some kind of turnaround planned, then they could sell off baby. Hedge fund manager bump fights. I don't know. I don't know. GME is inching up just with SPY. You can just look at SPY to see what GME is doing. Yeah, I mean, I see your point. That's like the most profitable side, but they've cut a lot of stores, trimming a lot of fat. Class action lawsuit. They sold it, they could make a lot of money to pay off debt, and then they'd be in a potential situation close to GME. They could flip cash flow positive, close a bunch of retail stores. Let's see, red. Well, the long might still be a good play, but I'm just chilling. Cost per MBO is so high, short sellers will have to eventually buy some shares back and the price will run up. See what Fidelity's rates are. Going to short it. Interesting. Oh, SPY's dumping here. Good thing I go long. It actually still might be a good long since it break, but I don't know. This is an interesting error. I've never tried to short shares, so maybe this is common, but doesn't seem common. Your order to sell short cannot be accepted. The security is either ineligible to short, there are currently no shares available to short, or there are insufficient shares available to meet your request. I only put in a request for 10 shares. Please revise your, I have buying power, I've got everything I need. Please revise your share quantity or contact. It does say my intraday buying power is 0 though, but it doesn't talk about that. It doesn't say it's insufficient funds or anything. It is showing up as hard to borrow on Fidelity. For that media for you guys to get hyped on. So hit 2.5. Ray Dalio has said money as we know it is in jeopardy. The share of household income going toward consumer debt is at the highest since 2019 at 5.76%. Might be getting a bounce here. I might do some cash secured puts. I didn't figure I'd do them this soon, but let me see if I can even do that or if I've screwed everything up by closing out that position. So 2.5. I do that? Can't do 100. Wonder if I have to wait till tomorrow for stuff to settle. Yeah, I think so. Screwed everything up with that hasty buy. Little too hasty on that buy yesterday. Yeah, like I've said today, scaling in is a good idea. You don't know how long this will go on before it rallies. Could rally by end of day. Might not rally till next week. Might be a month. I mean, I was sitting waiting for something for 6 months on BBBY, so possible it's 6 months, but I don't think it'll be that long. I think we'll definitely get a move before 6 months is up. So if you're trying to just dip buy or time the bottom, it's almost impossible. So you can wait for momentum to the upside, but it sounds like you're trying to get a good deal and dip buy. So yeah, if you're fine buying it here, and that if it goes down to $1.50 and you're still fine to hold, then start buying now. Then buy more when it gets lower. Scale in. Make multiple purchases. 2.5 might have been the low for the day. See what happens up here at that support. Yeah. Yeah, Jim. I mean, we're kind of getting that. I mean, down 13.5% today, down like 50% yesterday. And it's come down pretty quickly. Got a lot of volume to help bring it down fast. Yeah, the slow bleed is what is tough. This what gets you bored and wanting to just close. Once they start getting volatility, like yeah, it might be scary with a big down move, but if it happens fast and you go back up fast, you can get used to it and just hold through it. Once it shuts off, it's like oh shoot. Gaps was at 2.9. Yeah, there was a gap at 2.8-ish that filled. And then everything's gapped or is filled now, except for down here. So $2.80. These ones down the $1 range. But I mean, the dip might not only be today. This could carry on this week. Momentum is definitely down. I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna do cash good puts yet. Wait. Nat gas is down 6%. But I do have some upside exposure on it, so if I didn't have any, yeah, I'd probably get some here. I'd scale though, get a little bit here. Wait till tomorrow. Deutsche Bank CEO says gas will remain more expensive than before for years to come. Kathy Wood said Tesla is the one stock they would hold for 10 years. Adani faced margin call on 1.1 billion loan before repaying in full. All right, BY broke through. Let's see. Yeah, broke through that 26 whatever 2620 resistance. See if it has steam to get back up to VWAP 2740. Donnie says it will prepay 500 million bridge loan due March 9th. Jim Chano says, I've been on the street since 1980 and not one bear market has ever traded above 9 times to 14 times the previous peak earnings. White House says Chinese balloons have been spotted over countries across 5 continents. US has been in touch with allies on the issue. So it wasn't just a weather balloon, of course. That makes me want to get short on the futures. So just wicked through there. Oh, Mooncake, did you share this? Okay, look at this. Let's see. February 2023 warrants to purchase Series A convertible preferred. So what am I supposed to derive from this? Remaining warrants outstanding. 373 million. These are the warrants for the preferred shares. These are the warrants for the common shares, I'm imagining. Is that right? Preferred are 225 exercise price, common are 615. Bobby are selling all way. What? Pros issuing shares that are not available short. They're all crooks. What are you saying here, Moon? Known owners Hudson Bay on both. Underwriter B. Riley. So they've already issued all the warrants. So it's fully done. This was the 250 million. It was all in these. Price protection. Prospectus investors that purchase 75 million or more of our Series A convertible preferred stock and common stock warrants will also receive a pro rata interest in 84,000 preferred stock warrants to purchase up to 84,000 shares of Series A convertible preferred stock. Either exercisable. Exercise price of 9,500 per share. What? Full common stock warrant also holds. Then the number of shares of common stock issuable upon the exercise of common stock warrant held by such holders shall automatically increase on each exercise date of the preferred stock warrant on a share by share basis. So this is where it's advantageous to hold both, I guess, right? Kind of incentivizing it. Issue date tomorrow. What's tomorrow's date? Expiration that's 1 year. Issue date's tomorrow for these warrants. I'm just one at a time here. For what you're showing. Showing all the bullishness, I think. Cash position. The company has 1.7 months of cash left based on quarterly cash burn of negative 296 million. Estimated current cash of 169 million. This is without the 250 million or whatever they just got, right? Well, looks like it probably is going to come up here. I don't like all that chop though. And I'm Sour. Yeah, they have this as well. Yeah, here's the preferred shares, not the warrants. Right? Remaining shares will be issued when converted. 99 million. Main dollar amount 236 million. Conversion price 237. This is everything we read from that filing. This just in a nice graphic form. It was at negative. So yeah, that's including oh, you're saying why was it negative then? It's not negative now? What are you getting at here? They've already, this is them already getting that cash infusion, 250 million. Shelf unlimited? Alright, I don't know what this is. Current raisable amount 9 billion. Total shelf capacity. Baby shelf restriction? No. Total amount raised 1.7 billion. What is this? October 2022, Jeffries at the money. Remaining at the money capacity, 105 million. What are you saying with all this? Dude, offering. Offering amount 236 million. Yeah, that's what they told us about. Price was 237. So they want to keep it above that price, I would imagine. Right? Is that kind of the floor, 237 then? Companies selling shares on the market all the time. Okay, they're selling shares on the market all the time. So you're showing me that their cash burn is decreasing. Is that what I'm supposed to take from this? Oh, current cash. Oh, they're losing current cash. Now their current cash is negative 77 million. Bye, ripping up here. Yeah, I noticed we're watching the bonds, at least the 2024 bonds are up 67% today, and they were up like 200% yesterday. There's the move on SPY that we were potentially going to capture. Negative 70 was a week ago. After making over 5,000 on BBY stock, all in on AMC8. All right. I love memes. I thought you were the same person as Moon. I was like, oh shoot. What? um So what are you saying, Moon? Got a lot of different things you shared with me. I'm assuming you're bullish, but anything specific you're trying to tell me with all this screenshots? It's coming. You wanted my opinion? You want my opinion on the warrants? I mean, what what about them, I guess? We got a nice average though. Yeah, if any of you guys want to jump on Discord and voice chat with me, give me your take on what's going on with BBBY. Thanks, Moon. Yeah, I'm not the way they're basically dealing with their debt, I'm not privy to. So I don't know how they're doing it. It's new to me. It seems pretty interesting. As far as it trapping shorts, like maybe even that's part of it too. That I guess that is what some people are speculating. It's something that had to be done if the stock wanted to, the company wanted to stay around, I would say, because they were quickly burning cash and defaulting on payments. So, yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I really have no idea on how it's going to play out at this point. What it seems like though is that bankruptcy is pushed off, which is what I needed to know from my position. As far as the warrants and the price of exercise and the spreads, like that stuff, I'm still trying to wrap my head around what the mechanics of it, I guess, and what that will cause. Like if it gets to $6 or 20 cents or whatever it was at, is it just gonna stop there? Is that gonna be a price where it won't want to get above, or will it hit there and go crazy, or any of those prices that we're seeing? Are we gonna see anything significant around those prices to those prices? The other one was like 237, I think. So Jay from the Bay sitting in the room. Any inputs on Google today? Let's see what's going on with Google. Google probably had bad earnings, it looks like. Down 7%. No, not bad earnings. That was a few days ago they had earnings. Not sure what this is on. Why does it drop so much? They get price target cuts or something? Raises price target to 125. Got price target raises. Not sure.
That noise.
You heard a noise?
Yeah. No, not that noise in my ear. Not the bug.
Not a bug?
This. There's a man.
A man?
No, it was a man. It was this.
How does it feel to be 3?
But I just want. I like this noise.
Little noise. Big 3-year-old, huh?
Dad, this is the pinky.
Yeah, you're 3.
Dad, this is free.
That's 3?
No, this is free.
That's 3.
I need to hold my in my thumb. That's what I meant.
Alright, Spy creeping up here. GME's volume's off. BBY did not want to break that resistance for now. Simple at RC showed them how to defeat the shorts. Well then why didn't he defeat him himself? That's a dumb hat you wearing, Ace. Take that stupid hat off. AI failure or something? Yeah, oh, that's right. I was hearing something about that. Their chat GPT AI news was not as good as they hoped or something. Their AI they were using wasn't performing. Pretty quick reaction on that. They announced it and then immediately not good. Birthday boy, big 3. Explosion always tickers hit a blockchain is gonna be rockets. Wednesday after Biden. No different than the Wednesday before Biden. Apparently he's not a bug. Little thing in his ear. Little Tweety bird in my ear. Eyes grinding up here. Me getting a little illiquid action from it. Did I get back into cover calls? Yes. How are they down 26%? What the heck? Yeah, back into cover calls. Somehow they're down 26%. From this just slow grind up. I told myself I was getting in a bad time and I knew it. Oh well. Probably be green by end of day. Still pretty early, wow. All that reading has slowed me down a lot. Better AI than GPT. You're surging your tank today? I thought it probably would too, or at least come down. But then the way yesterday ended, I wasn't so sure because that daily candle it just wicked down below the out of the range, so I thought it might be still holding up in that range. That's what it's looking like. It was weird the sell-off on it yesterday though. Outpacing everything to the downside is kind of strange. Yeah, volume's really low on it for sure.
Hashtag segment of today's show. Now I want to bring in
Oh, Spy's
co-founder of
popping here.
LikeFolio.com, Mr. Andy Swan, to the show. He's going to talk
Stop
about our
looking
feature
at me,
stock of the day, and that
Swan.
is Disney. Andy, this company has so many parts that are making money and working, yet this company continues to get judged by streaming numbers. What are you seeing in terms of Disney? What is LikeFolio's information giving us today, Andy?
Yeah, on streaming, we've been, at LikeFolio, we've been watching this ever since it launched. It was a phenomenal launch. I think, pretty much anybody that had any ties with Disney whatsoever got in on that when it launched. And since then, it's been a little bit of a disappointment. The deterioration has been very real. I think it's one of those streaming packages that is the easiest for a lot of people to cut when compared to a Netflix or some of the other providers. And LikeFolio data really shows that people are talking about canceling Disney Plus at a much higher rate than they were a year ago. They're talking about subscribing at a much lower rate. They're talking about watching the shows, which is even more concerning, at an even lower rate. And so I think, Disney Plus has some very real problems here after a absolutely gangbuster start.
And Spy rejecting there.
There's only so much you can watch, I guess, the archives of Disney before you start to demand new and compelling content. So I don't think that they're delivering on the
Thank you
promise
guys
there.
for your likes. We're
Consumers are calling
49
them on it.
likes.
So
Well
I think
done.
if you're going into this earnings report looking for a blockbuster, streaming line item, then you're going to be disappointed. On the other hand, if you're going into this looking for a blockbuster outlook on the parks,
Another Mando
and that live
season.
entertainment revenue, I think you're going to be in really good shape. We're seeing people going to the website specifically where people plan their Disney vacation. They buy the tickets, they get all the information. That's up 21+% year over year. Really good shape.
I haven't used
with kind of the
TTS or
China
anything.
reopening, that's another wild card for Disney. So I think the in-person aspect of Disney is firing on all cylinders. It's the streaming aspect that we worry about. And of course, you have a new CEO, kind of the
Bullish.
meet the new boss, same as the old boss kind of thing. and we'll see where that goes. That's the big wild card. What are they going to sell off? What assets are they going to sell off? And what's the strategy going forward? I think we'll have a much larger impact on this earnings report than what they did in Q4.
Andy, I was looking at some of the year-over-year numbers, and obviously last year set a crazy precedent for return to park. And I saw 82 or 83% over return to park over obviously the prior year when they were largely shut down. What do they need to do there to drive the stock price? I agree with you that I think that the streaming is going to be down a bit. There's not a bunch of new shows. Mandalorian comes out, I think, in a month or so. I'm watching the Andor show. I'm that Star Wars geek, and I think it's pretty fun. But aside from a couple of Star Wars things, there's not much new content out there. What do they need to do from a park perspective, do you think, to really drive that number, given last year was such a crazy year from a comps perspective?
Yeah, I think the answer is really simple, and all of the moms of 4 or 5 kids out there, close your ears, but they can raise prices, and they can continue to raise prices because demand is there, and they have the best experience in town by far, and that's the easiest way for them to drive revenue, because I think no matter what they do, the parks are going to be full in 2023. It's just how much out of each wallet do they get, and they have the pricing power, they have the ability to do it. Without a doubt. They don't have that on the streaming side, but they do have that on the in-park experience, and I think that will continue to be true for years to come.
Andy, this stock activity during 2022, it felt like a roller coaster. It felt like I was on the Matterhorn bobsleds and with some of the moves here. But Andy, should they take anything from the good Netflix number? Now, this stock has rallied through January, but that's not saying anything. Every stock has rallied through January. Bob Iger, like you mentioned, is going to go through his first conference call in a while. They're looking for an increase in revenue of 7%, but a 25% decrease in earnings per share, Andy.
Yeah, I think there's pressure already on him to cut some of these underperforming assets, and I think he'll do it. I don't know that there will be a big announcement, but I think there will be a strategic plan unveiled. And, quite frankly, he's good enough and Disney's good enough that you kind of have to trust that if something like that is coming, it's probably going to be pretty good, and it's probably going to be along the lines of what Wall Street wants to hear. And so that's the best case for the bullish case, I think, here. As good as the parks are doing, it's really going to be about, how do people react to the new CEO's new plan? What is he going to get rid of that's weighing down the company, and what is he going to focus on? I think he's a good choice, and I think he'll execute on that really, really well.
Yeah, he talked about Disney Plus being profitable by 2024, but he gave it a big, assuming no shift in the economic climate kind of disclosure there. So, yeah, they've got a lot of work to do, but this is still a massive company doing a lot of things extremely well. Andy Swan, co-founder of LikeFolio.com. Thank you, as always, for coming on and sharing some of your data. Have a great day, Andy.
Dude, why are the calls just creeping up in value?
Disney. This is the high-profile earnings release of this week, I think. It's the only Dow stock coming out with earnings this week. And like I said, revenues, they're looking up 7%, earnings per share down 25%. Is he going to come in with some realigning of the cost structure?
I don't know.
Why is coming down? GME's not yet.
One of their largest costs is employment. And we know there's a great experience. There's a ton that goes into maintaining those parks. I think the reason the markets are so interested in streaming is because there's scale there, right? There's scale that you don't get with the parks. You need more employees at the parks to take care of more guests, right? That's just how it goes. But from a streaming perspective, if you can add clients at scale, that changes the dynamic. That can bend the cost curve, as we kind of talk about, right? So I think that's why the market's so focused on there. Can they take those kind of cost savings?
I imagine some people probably do.
Can they take those costs and spread them out across more accounts? So I do think the stock is going to kind of.
I've heard people that just like cycle from.
I think it's going to be driven largely
from one to
by
the other.
The streaming, kind of numbers that they present us. I'm a little
as if there's a show on a
how
platform they like, they just subscribe to that one and don't have any others.
Come in
once it's over, they just
really strong, like Andy said.
Go to another one.
There's really strong intent. My kids are 4 and 7 years old, so I'm in a different realm than you.
Let me tell you what your future is.
But it's a lot of Disney. I think.
Yes, there's a lot of Disney.
But I think I think that is there's truly pricing power. We just talked Frito-Lay, right?
Yeah.
If Frito-Lay raises their prices to $50 a bag for Cheetos, you will try the other corn chips, right? There is no
eventually.
There's no
that
other
drain
game
flag
in town.
coming back
Like
up.
Six Flags is the competition.
Ace Ventura, you legend.
Not even in the same ballpark. No pun intended.
Thank
So
you, Ace.
The balance of these
Very
two
generous
stories
of you.
and the cost.
Even on a
structure
bad
around those, I
loss
think, is
day,
really
you're still out
interesting.
there being generous.
Excuse me. The other thing that's really going to be fascinating is, does he have some sort of plan for tying these two things together, right? What do you, if you're a subscriber and you have, some AI kind of experience down the road for your at home versus what you did at the park, it has to come together. Netflix doesn't have a physical presence. They have this amazing, concept and this amazing
Thanks,
package
Ace. Appreciate
where they
it,
can
buddy.
put together the digital space and the physical space, and not many companies have that. Is there something innovative that we hear about in addition to cost? I think that would be kind of an interesting look.
I had to get a new
25%
a new modular
January.
thing for my pool.
It's going to have
by the way.
earnings. It's some of that rally in January was
it
from
went bad
Netflix.
after like a
some
month.
of it was from the overall market. But they're going to put up 25% drop in earnings per
Feel that drain
share.
flag coming back up in my
You
throat.
have a trade for us. Tell us what you saw here.
Well, they're still down 35% from a year ago, right? So it's
Is
kind
Lime,
of
do you
middle
still,
of the road. It's
LimeWire
pretty
still a
amazing,
thing?
It's a pretty amazing middle of the road stock story, and I think there is some potential. Unlike your Pepsi comment, I think there is a little bit of potential here for movement. So. Not a totally dissimilar trade, but a bit more skewed. My graph's not quite as pretty and neat as yours. So I'm taking less upside risk on this trade, Kev, because I do think there is, if they have a little bit of a surprise with the subscriptions and obviously the park data, I do think can drive it. So I've slanted this trade a bit to the upside. The front week vol is very high, so you don't have very long here, but 2 days, right? So we're selling
put this thing back
the
in
112
its place.
straddle. So not dissimilar.
Very similar in terms of the start.
Right there where it goes.
That's right. And then instead of
whoever wanted that, if they
the
want it back,
same
let me know.
week's
That's fine.
protection, a 2-day protection.
I won't do it.
I've gone out 30
Buys
days.
come down
so
here,
I'm looking at the
GME
March,
as well,
it's a
but
weekly
not
option.
really.
It's exactly 30 days out to March 10th
chilling a bit.
weeklies. and skewing it a bit, like I said, buying the
BBBY
114
flattening out.
calls. So you only have
Only
$2 of
wide.
risk to
There
the
you go.
upside, and then
Appreciate
a
it,
$5
Ace.
spread
Thank you,
on the
buddy.
downside. So short the 112s in the front month, buying the 107s. It's about it's chopping around a bit because the difference in those series, the price
yeah, he's
does
pirate.
move pretty quickly. So it was about 20 cents when I put this trade together. That's what this is based on. It got up to
Looks
about
like it's about 22 cents.
20, went up to 40 since, so you can kind of,
So
pick
economic
and choose here.
schedule,
But ultimately, you're looking at about a $480.
calendar.
If you get it for 20
We had
cents,
them speak today. That's
you're looking
over.
at about $480 in risk to the downside. So that's $5
Kashkari.
less the 20-cent credit, and then to the upside,
Waller still
just,
speaks.
$2 less that. So ultimately,
I don't
this
like our
is similar in the
bot.
front
It doesn't
week
show
to
all
your
this stuff.
strategy that we talked about in
all
past
Tomorrow's
shows.
initial
But,
jobless claims,
what
which
you're really hoping
that's one of the
for
big
here
drivers
is not
for
only the underperformance of vol, but you're
Powell, I
staying
think. So
inside of
that
your-
might
your
have a big
back
move.
month- I'm sorry, your front week range, and then you get to have this straddle at a pretty
it's
cheap
gone.
cost relative
Yeah,
because
okay.
you've taken in so much on these high volatility
Reminiscing.
front month options. And then
And
if
the
you
difference-
get that, you have this
right.
long straddle. You can there's a lot of ways to trade around that in the coming weeks before they expire.
And the difference between this and the spread that I put
Yeah, it
on,
was,
number one, you've got a
so
$5
simple back
and a
then,
$2
Napster and
spread.
LimeWire.
Number two, you've gone out.
Still
a
pretty
month
simple, but
on the long side, which
couple
gives
more
you
steps,
what?
I
It gives
guess.
you Vega.
Yep.
You've got almost $16 in Vega on this trade, and as you can see, the $5 spread on the downside has you about $500 in risk. Because it's a $2, it's about $190 on the upside, 180 based on where you trade this. But this is certainly one that collects theta. But it's long Vega. It's something really in the calendar spread family, but a great
Ace,
look
we have
at
our-
a way to play
our
this
covered
for
call.
a small credit, even though you're long.
I don't know if anybody else
options
was
a month
looking at it,
out,
but,
you're still doing this for a net credit. All right,
for you,
we're halfway through the
a
show.
paper account.
Let's take our final break and come back with our final trade of the day, and that is
See
win
what it's
results.
at.
A China proxy, a gambling
Up 25%.
proxy, a reopening proxy. Take 2
Is it
minutes break, come
for
back with
next
more
week, I
Fast
think?
Market. See you then, everybody.
Yeah, next Friday, and those are up 25% now. 26%. There you go. But with GME and even BBY, if you're active enough, which most of you probably are, you can just even like day trade them if your account's big enough, I guess. Excuse me. Like this morning, I opened a couple calls on. I actually didn't do it this morning, but say I did. I did it yesterday morning on BBY. Opened them and closed them by the end of the day for like 30%, 35% gain. So then, extended hours, we have bullish news or whatever, it rips up 100%. I'm not stuck to these covered calls. The only thing is if I opened it and then it did rip up, then I would commit to just holding it overnight. So I wouldn't close it for a loss, basically. But if it stays flat or goes down, you're going to be profitable on them. You can just close it out basically before every day ends. If it goes up too much and you're not profitable, then you'll have to wait the next day or roll it or whatever. Yeah, cover call is up, dude. It's up. It's up, man. 26%. And as the time, as we get closer and closer to the expiration, it's gonna move faster. So even if GME stays flat, this is gonna get more and more profitable, especially after like it's Wednesday. Yeah, come Friday, if it stays pretty flat, even or comes down, this will be 50-60% probably. And then once you get to like 80%, it really slows down. Then you've got the law of diminishing returns there, where it's probably worth it to close it out or roll it to a different strike. Because the diminishing returns is the time you're sitting on it. About time. Cover calls, yep. So each call is represents 100 contracts or 100 shares. So one cover call, need 100 shares. You were wondering too, Jeff. I know, yesterday was crazy. I think the IV was we just opened it at such an awful time on GME, and the IV had just pumped. And so even on the put side, on On the call side, it just pumped, so it didn't decay out of it. And that move down was so aggressive too that it just kept the IV high. Yeah, my cover calls today. I was in them this morning on GME, and then I got out of them. I got back in them, and now they're just down. I don't know why. I guess need somewhat of a sell-off to get these a little bit profitable. Got SoFi cover calls too at 7, so these are in the money. Got till next Friday on them. It's looking like it's definitely topping with all those wicks. Might roll it. I might let those shares go under my cost basis, but okay. Yeah, that's the best price I'm gonna get for a while. I don't think we're in a bull market yet. Price over BBY. Starting to feel that drain fly come back up. What's your time frame for your price target expectations? Full. That would be
$78.77.87 is where I have it right now, Ben.
Yeah, gaining by about 1% here today,
I'm
Kevin.
moving back up here a bit.
As you mentioned, up through the $78 level to just
mid-March.
$50 last I looked.
Good
was
one.
the
I like
high,
that.
But this is a market also much like the
I think by mid-March,
relatively contained on the bigger picture. We are seeing a nice
we'll
move
hopefully
up here
have
today.
seen
We
a bit of a
actually
squeeze.
Heard from the EIA, they said
And
that
probably
US
a
crude
settling down by
output
then.
is expected to
So,
rise in 2023.
settling
while demand
price
is expected to stay flat.
is probably
This
what I
came
would
in
be
their
looking at for
short-term
mid-March.
energy outlook. But, you know, you've got crude, which has been holding below the highs from recently
it has to do with those warrants and stuff. So
70. And again, while we have seen a bit
and
of a
there
bid
are
come into play,
potentially a lot of news catalysts still coming out
tied
for
to
it.
some of the
But
strength we're seeing, I think, in terms of concerns about recession.
I would think kind
here
of
in the
back
US
in
and Europe, for that matter. I mean, many are
kind
thinking
of
that there's a
equilibrium
possibility
price
that,
that it's
avoid
been
recession, definitely with the strong jobs
when
numbers that we've
bankruptcy was not
seen,
on the table.
somewhat
So
supportive
the
of
lows
at
was like
least a soft
$4.
landing, right? So I think crude's been supported by that. The dollar still kind of hanging out around this 103, 104 level off recent lows, but not
It
necessarily
might be
screaming to the
single
upside
digits
at this
still.
point. So these are all factors to watch.
I think
but
the squeeze
yeah,
or
definitely a nice
whatever
move up
that
here
might
today,
happen
back to 78, up
will get us into double
1%, but
digits. I
again,
think it'll probably
much like the
settle.
indices, still
It
relatively
might settle at that
contained
10.
and still relatively range bound relative to
Look at the
last month's
volume in
highs and
there.
lows.
Thank you to Ben Lichtenstein.
Well, the volume has just been insane the last whatever.
8 a.m.
So
Eastern time on the TD
it's
Ameritrade
heavily
Network. Make
weighted
sure
down here.
You check them out now. Back to Nick Theodorakis. Nick, Wynn Resorts. Now,
It might settle.
there's
It might settle around
group
here.
of names: Las Vegas Sands, MGM,
I don't know what market cap
Wynn
that gives it.
Resorts. Kind of a China proxy in a way.
That's like
Macau
1 billion
gambling,
market cap, which
Singapore
is
gambling, they're
probably
there.
about right.
Wynn used to have a much bigger
I don't know.
exposure.
I think
to
higher where
Macau
it's at,
than
probably
they do
2-3
now.
times where it's
come down
at.
Significantly, where its biggest exposure now is Las Vegas. But still, these names are a proxy for trading in China.
Confirmed.
And you've
Yeah, so then you factor in the
communist
market's
country
crashing.
that has been very harsh, but if
Like
they
actually
start to
crashing, BBY will definitely come with it.
there's some
So
opportunity here, Nick.
Well,
that happens
it's
before
easy
mid-March.
to forget, I think, over the last couple of years, how big the scale is in
All
the
bets are
Chinese
off.
economy, right?
Yes.
They're second by most measures to the U.S., but you just look at the number of people.
So
And
the price it is right
growing
now, I
middle
think, is
class. They wanna
priced
get
for
back to that
bankruptcy.
level of
And
growth,
I think
right?
what they
And
announced
we
yesterday
don't hear as much
basically
right
said they're
now,
not going to go
kind of
bankrupt.
news story-wise about
So,
that, but those agenda items for them, I don't think have drastically
It never was
changed.
this low
Certainly
until they
don't
were
have
trying
any
to drive
inside
into
information, but
bankruptcy.
they're not just
It was when
gonna
all the
say,
media
oh,
came out and said they're going
we're gonna stay
bankrupt, they're
locked
going
down
bankrupt, they're
forever
going
and not push
bankrupt.
this. And I think as you start to see,
the lowest it got
spigot
before that,
open
though,
just
was
a little bit,
in the
the
4s, and
potential
then the
impact
COVID
for some
low
of these
was like
stocks, as
340.
you're pointing as a proxy for
But 4 is
the
definitely a
economy
strong
there, I
support,
think
and maybe
is
it settles
really,
back
really
at
strong.
4.
The question with when earnings, right?
feel like it'll
and
probably be
how
higher
are they
than
going
that,
to
but
react? Has any of that been
depends on
pulled
earnings.
forward yet, or
I
is
think
there
their
a,
earnings
this is
are-
coming down the road, and
they
that's
had
a
it.
positive story? Like, what is
Yeah,
the
so it'll
outlook?
probably
And
be
I say
till-
this every time we talk
probably
about these
another
companies.
month
The numbers
until
are the
earnings.
numbers, right? They're going to report whatever. They come out in a flurry of
But yeah, I think this
information,
pricing
fine.
right now
Last
is priced for
quarter
bankruptcy, and if they're not going
probably
bankrupt, then
won't
it's probably
do
a good deal.
a whole ton to drive this stock, in my opinion. It's going to be all about what the go forward is. Now, if they blow it out of the water and say, "Oh my gosh, Chinese tourism was up so much," okay,
thing.
great, good upside story. I don't
SPY
know if there's a
is
huge
coming
downside
back
here
up.
for saying it was fairly slow, because we know China
But it's
was
still choppy. So
mostly
that long
locked
there
down.
could have
How they
worked if you had the
see
right
this
exit.
from their inside perspective,
yeah, not a
around
great-
opening
not a great
and
day for
reopening
it.
and pulling these customers that feel like they've probably been cooped up
There's
for a long time.
there's still a big buy order at $2.50
is a
on.
huge thing, and if that's a positive
154,000
story, I
bid.
think there's some interesting upside here.
Then
for the stock.
255. There's an
87,000
87,000
exposure should thank Tim Cook
bid.
from Apple, frankly, because his threat to move
GME
some
is
of the
now
iPhone,
green.
Out of China, some of the
Calls are somehow
how iPhones
down.
are made out of China caused China to start to reopen, and now you're seeing this in some of these China-made stocks. But we have a trade here. They have earnings coming up, and this stock has run a long way. It was down to, I'll look it up here, in June of last year it traded just around $50, and now it's 103. It's rallied basically 100%, really accelerated in the fourth quarter and in January. Stock
Everything
was
doubled
overbought
in the
for a
last
while.
month
It's
or so.
drifted back below the overbought level, but still high. Nick, going into their earnings, what I looked at here is something relatively simple. Sometimes we do very complex trades on this show. Sometimes we do things relatively
Usually
fundamental.
always
All
quite
I
complex.
did was go into the expected move and sell the 106, 109 call vertical in this week. It's trading about 75, 76 cents, Nick, but this is the most simple of vertical strategies, just the short call vertical, Nick.
Yeah, and we'll flip it on its head here, and I'll talk the Greeks for a bit, right? But your short deltas, right? And you see that
Birds
in a
down
couple of ways.
7%.
So you have the bigger, obviously, the risk is to the upside. In the ratio, right, you're only making 70 cents to risk $230. So you obviously need no move to happen, right? When we see that kind of profit to loss ratio, you're expecting no move. Obviously, down is fine. Doesn't matter how far down.
Right.
And I think you're playing the contrarian view here, right? They've come a long way.
Yes.
So if they tell a great story and they say, hey, we haven't pulled much of this forward, there's a long ways to run, this trade's at risk, right? We blow through those both strikes, your max losses, however high it goes. If they say, hey, this is, we've seen a lot of this pull through already, comps are tough, customers just aren't showing up. But if this thing sits, it stews a little bit or goes lower, then that trade's a winner. Ultimately here, your short delta, you're collecting a little bit of theta. This is a directionally biased trade, but neutral's fine, right? No move is okay here.
February 10th expiration on this, selling the $3 call vertical, the 106, 109 for around 75 cents. You're collecting about $7 3/4 a day in theta. You're short about 14 deltas. What you're looking for is flat is good, down is good, up very small is good. What you don't want, the risk on this trade is a move through 106.80 and higher. You've got about $2.20 in overall risk. All right, I want to thank Nick Theodorakis, Managing Director of Financial Risk Management here at TD, and I want to thank all of you for spending the last hour with us. For all of us here at the TD Ameritrade Network.
Pentagon says previous balloon flights over the United States included sites that would be of interest to the Chinese. Yes, we know that. And not for the weather. Yet we let them float over. Gingerly. I kind of rejecting that bounce. Volume pretty low on BBY also. Cooled down. Still a ton of volume for this size float. 116 million. Traded 85 million already today. GNS made it back up 1%. AI is holding 6.5. No labs. BuzzFeed's up 6. I think it's gonna keep going too. SGM's up 19. The 2024 Bed Bath & Beyond bond notes. See, they're still up 67%. Yep. GME is just break even. Oh, BBY breaking through that resistance a little bit, maybe. Yep. Coming on 1 o'clock. Sometimes you get moves around the hours, half hours. Yeah, BY is popping up here a little bit. See if this candle can close above that resistance. That was prior support at 26.20. Looking pretty strong. There's some volume there. See if we can make it back to VWAP. SPY kind of popping up here too. We've got some orders at the ask at 26.70. You're wondering about the L2. Like 26.70 is kind of the next little resistance. 26.90, 27. Nothing huge though. Definitely bid support still at 25.50 and 2500. SPY's going up a little bit. Yeah. Creeping on past maybe this resistance. VWAP's 412.26, so close to that. There's a little pop on SPY. Oh, this would be an engulfing candle in the hourly if it closes green. Up above that, top of that candle. This is bullish. We've got about 30 minutes for that to close. A little bit of support here. Bit of live news on IBKR. Store closures could leave 1.2 billion in takeable sales, largely to be absorbed by their competitors. You don't understand it? They're saying they're going to lose out on that much in sales to close the stores they've closed. But it's how much liability and how much cost are they going to save? Probably more than that 1.2 billion they're losing in sales. I don't know what competitors are going to take it, unless if it's like Amazon. BBY go to squeeze? I don't think so. But we'll see. VWAP will be the next test. 273.2. I don't know if the lows are in for the week yet. This is only the first real day of selling, actually. Because yesterday was just a gap down and then some selling, but more or less pretty flat. Today's the first time we've actually had some downward pressure intraday. It's not moving up on that news. No. I wouldn't say so, at least. It's that 1 o'clock, so sometimes you get moves around certain hours. Sometimes that's because certain markets around the world are closing or opening. Could be other market mechanics. Something's due. Is it margin calls at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock? So there's a lot of things going on that we have no idea about. But you can see it sometimes around the hours. Something snaps at times. The one we do know is 11:30 when the EU closes. Forced closures, yeah, that could be. I mean, it's nothing crazy yet. It's still light volume and just a little move up. Good thing, Bruce. Thank you guys for your likes. You guys are legends today. 54 of them. Proper. Spy rejecting VWAP there. So, see if Bed Bath starts to move with the SPY a little bit. Yeah, I use Streamlabs OBS. I don't really utilize it, as you can tell. I don't have all the crazy overlays and stuff. I used to just use OBS, but since I'm doing very basic stuff on it, doesn't really matter. Streamlabs is pretty simple. 55? 55's next on it. Come on. Oh, likes, thank you. 57. Word. Nice. Here we go, see what happens at VWAP. Volume picked up a little bit with this move. I didn't do any cash secured puts today. I messed up my buying power on that long term. And I was looking at my shares in my TD account. I could actually just average down on my shares. I'm actually down 65% on those, which is crazy. So crazy. Just from my buy-in pre-market yesterday, the stock's down 65%. Did it really get that? Yeah, so I bought in here. Bought it at the high, pre-market high. Right here. There. Crazy at 65%. So at 65%, that's the time you could average down. Oh, SPY's breaking through VWAP a little bit. Would have been the patience game on that long. Literally had this signal here with this engulfing candle at a support. I'd have waited for 2 hours for it to get up to VWAP. Not a whole lot of resistance on the ask. Not much on the bid side either, except for 25.50 still. Don't see any sell walls though. There's a VWAP. IV's still really high, so cash secured puts would be nice though. Maybe some 2.5s will open up tomorrow. Oh, SPY's breaking VWAP now. Jimmy's got to be getting a move from this. Just not really. Up 0.25%. Cover calls are still down. How are they down 36%? What in the world? I know if I bought those calls, I would not be up 36% on them. Market maker robbery. BuzzFeed 7%. AI 8.7. Yeah. Leaps are a better idea because the IV doesn't get pumped as much, but what are you looking at? Just January's or January 2025? Oh, the IV is still crazy. Yeah, you gotta let this settle down. So here's the price of that contract. I don't know why it doesn't show me further back. Oh, it's actually getting back to where it was. Let's see. Yeah, it's actually getting back down to where it was. The IV was high on that. What is that? January 27? It was 84. Oh, it's breaking through VWAP. The shakeout might be over. The shakeout might be over. Oh snap. I was one that got somewhat shaken out. I shook out some of my shares. Realized I was way over leveraged. Happy monies. So it was at 124. Yeah, so that's already after had that move. So this move baked in a bunch of premium on those leaps. Okay, okay. See if there's any news or anything. Probably not. Ishgari's talking again? Yeah. That's what's causing this pump on the market. $25.30 was the low on the day. This hourly candle will most likely be engulfing. Not to say that that's the low on the week, but it is pretty supportive at this point. Kind of wicking back down to VWAP, but nice to see some life in it. SPY's rallying. So, getting rejected off of VWAP. Kashkari says we don't want to cause a recession, but we know we have a job to do on inflation. Wage growth is now too high to support 2% inflation. Financial markets have more confidence than we have that inflation will fall quickly. We will then hold rates for a long time, then decide if rates will go higher or down. Comments don't sound very dovish. Expect Fed fund rates above 5% at some point this year. The heck? This is all very hawkish. Not sure why the market's rallying. Hey, go, Bobby, go! All your guys' likes sent BBBY to VWAP. That's a job well done. It's interesting. It was timed with kind of with SPY, even though I don't think they're moving together, but that certainly did kind of seem like it. The gap on BBY is, I don't have anything until much higher up here. Gap doesn't start until 3.9 from yesterday. We're just, I mean, we're looking at a sell-off, but consolidation, and just like it doesn't keep going down, or keep going up, it's actually going to keep going down. Gonna have some bounces. The downtrend, wouldn't say it's over yet, but today it does show some sign of support there for sure, which is a prior support here, which is why we had it drawn. So maybe that's a line it holds. Breaks that, then yeah, 24 I'd say is the next one. 24.45. Kind of dipped just below that actually. 25.30. Thursday gap. What gap? Oh, right here. That was filled already today on the way down. This, I have it so it shows all the gaps. I don't really have to look at them, look for them. You know, it's highlighted. This light gray are the gaps. I kind of rejecting VWAP as well. Oh, now GME's moving up a little bit. Okay. 0.71% on very light volume. I should have stayed out of my covered calls. Pretty big wicks on the SPY there above VWAP. These guys are going on.
It's more of a rising wedge type shape here, and that's typically regarded as a more bearish pattern. And sure enough, it looks like we're puncturing this pattern to the downside here. We're not getting a big breakout yet either, because the purple 252-day exponential moving average has been serving as some
be a
support
good short here at
so
VWAP.
it's worth remembering that these moving averages are support during
I don't know.
uptrends, resistance during
Good on it.
downtrends. The longer term the moving average, the more significant it is, and thus the stronger source of support or resistance. And conversely, the shorter term the moving average, the more responsive it is to the changes in price. So one reacts faster, one's more significant. So that's the kind of the story of where we are now with this chart. We're kind of sitting near the 252-day EMA as well as these old highs near 2050. So that's a point to watch to the downside to see if we can break through that. Then we would be in an interesting situation there where we've got our two other moving averages below us to provide some potential support. RSI as well, our measure of momentum, trending downward recently. So seeing a little bit of bearish divergence. RSI was trending down while price was trending up and making new relative highs. So that's not really what you want to see during these uptrends here. That suggests that the momentum is actually slowing, even though price continues to chug upward here. Is that a recipe for disaster? Is the stock going to crash? No, of course not. It's not a guarantee by any means here. It's just one piece of data we can use to kind of help inform our trading decisions here. So that's something to keep in mind as well. If we do start moving to the upside, we'll have to break through this pattern again. And this caught my eye here. The start of this tiny little gap around the $22 level. That could be a point that we see get filled if price does keep moving to the upside. It's looking like we're moving more to the downside though in this name. So keep that 2050 level in mind. Just below that, the 20 level is the 21-day exponential moving average.
All right, nice. And this price, I will say, given its relatively low price tag, $22, $20, $50, and $20, relatively easy to remember, obviously, given those nice even numbers here, Rick. But considering the fact that we are seeing momentum wane, we are also seeing a 1% move lower today, and they do report today after the closing bell, just in a few hours. With that mindset here, Alex, for our example trade, walk us through what you were thinking, leaning then more bearish into some of the more waning momentum that Rick pointed out.
Yeah, Rick highlighted some of those factors to keep in mind on a technical front, maybe painting a little bit less optimistic of a picture after a really, really strong start to the year. But we've also read so much about the holiday quarter being sort of disappointing and not living up to those expectations as we kind of closed out the year. And of course, as we are going to get that financial information regarding that time frame and a name that is so sensitive to the holiday season in a toy maker, maybe you could see why an investor could come to a bearish conclusion. So if you're along that line of thinking, looking for a disappointing quarter and maybe a disappointing reaction therein, I looked at a strategy that could benefit from a little bit of a down move here. So about a $1.50 market maker move right now, looking at those real-time option prices. $20.50 is roughly where the stock is trading right now. So if you took that $1.50 away, it would target the 19 line. Rick had talked about 2050 potentially being that line in the sand that could ultimately act as support, or it could be the point for a breakdown. And he also talked about some of those moving averages along the way. So you could run into support before we got to 19, but in the event that it does just perform equal to that market maker move, that would target around 19. 20-cent debit, so very, very low in total notional risk here for some of the trades that we've looked at over time, only $20 plus transaction fees for every one of these, but we're talking about a $20 stock as well. So naturally, those trades, particularly risk-defined spread trades, are going to be smaller just because you're looking at a smaller underlying in the case of a $20 stock.
Jimmy's trying out this wedge.
You can see the apex of the profitability graph is right at that strike at 19. This can be highly customized based off of a different conviction
so is a
level,
SPY though, right?
A different profit target, and a different, I guess, goal in terms of where you think this one may ultimately end up. This is just one way of looking at it. Looking at that market maker move, assigning a directional bias, and then moving towards that. So again, could be used in a bullish way, could be in a neutral way, could be varying degrees of all of those. This is just one way to look at it.
And I think that's really well put. And now to switch gears here to the The real tourism stock is, of course, Hilton ahead of their quarterly report tomorrow morning. Shares are down about 0.5% today, and we previously were looking at Southwest, Rick. Airlines also collectively lower today. Tourism stocks really lower on the day, but important not to discount really the monster move higher all of these names have made, just relatively speaking, in the comeback story that has been the travel space as a whole.
Here, we're up about 19% since bottoming out around this point here. So we can see that that was about the low end of the the recent downward move, and since then we've been in a high kind of narrow and tight channel upward here. Today's candle also is kind of interesting because it's looking like we might form a harami candle. By that I mean the distance between the open and close of today's candle, also known as the real body, is going to fit completely within the previous day's candle's real body. So that suggests that there's a stall in trend, and of course it hasn't happened yet because we have to wait for the close, but it's looking like that could happen for today, and that would suggest a stall in trend or a potential slowdown here. And that would also kind of fit with what we're seeing here with the RSI. Once again, seeing a little bit of bearish divergence here, price making new highs, RSI trending downward. Also kind of flitting back and forth into that overbought area and crossing back.
So many stocks showing that pattern.
Today. So that would be more of a sign of bearishness rather than bullishness. Which it would be if we stayed in that overbought area. So in terms of some support and resistance levels, the first area that caught my eye was the 142 level, this green dashed line here. That's about where price topped out a few times over here. And also back there in May around this point. We did have a bit of a breakout above, but it quickly retreated. So that's also in confluence here with our yellow 21-day exponential moving average. So 142 could be a point to the downside to watch. To the upside, I was having a little trouble seeing if there was any potential resistance areas, so I decided to throw out volume profile. That's this blue histogram graph here on the side of the screen. This shows us at what levels trading took place. The areas of heaviest trading are called nodes. They're spikes in this graph here, and the 151 level was a point where we did have one of these nodes. That's the closest one to the upside, and that's roughly in tune with the upper trend line here. So 142 to the downside, 151 to the upside are some points to watch.
Yeah, and Rick, I like that. Gives us a nice neutral to bullish range here to look at. 142, slightly below, obviously, where we're currently trading, 151 to the upside. But like you mentioned, seeing some heightened activity there, especially ahead of this earnings event, which I do think is important, and really interesting breakdown of Hilton and the way it honestly differs than, say, a toy company like Mattel. Two very different companies, both have earnings. But we will leave there. Appreciate all of the technical insight, as always. Rick Ducat, our chart master.
And
so
10%.
Alex, I thought Rick really laid out a nice range for us. So for an example trade today, then taking on a different approach ahead of earnings, more neutral to bullish in nature for Hilton.
Yeah, in the last trade we looked at a kind of an area, and we were kind of looking for a move to that area. And this one, we're going to do the opposite. We're going to pick a line in the sand and just hope that that line in the sand holds. And so much of the measures taken by governments across the globe and efforts to prevent kind of public health crises and stuff seems to be in the rearview mirror. Of course, knocking on wood, hoping that the worst of that is now long in the rear view, and that better times are ahead for experiences and travel and hotel staying going forward. Maybe you see that optimistic runway. We've read a lot about, while there may have been kind of disappointing consumer spending trends towards goods, and you see that in the retail sales, maybe that's because some of that wallet share has shifted towards services and experiences like staying in hotels as travel has started to make its comeback. And so looking at that to be an optimistic runway for this particular company. Into the earnings event, obviously we talk about implied volatility being elevated oftentimes. This would be a strategy that would look to try to take advantage of that, as option premiums could be perceived to be pumped up a little bit with this unknown volatility-inducing event here on the calendar in the next 24 hours. Looking at selling the March 140, 135 put vertical for $1. That's 20% of the width of the strike, so it creates a 4-to-1 risk-reward ratio. The break-even at 139 is below the current share price of the stock by about $8. So pretty good runway there from the current share price
engulfing
down
candle there.
To that break-even point. Anything
Yep,
above
there it is.
140 in the event that these options expired worthless, which we know is the most likely.
Maybe we need to start using
is
AMC to
most likely
predict
to
GME's
happen if
movement.
those options are out of the money. You simply would keep that credit received net of any transaction fees. So around $100, then take out the transaction fees. Total max loss 400. That's if these options were in the money, went through the assignment and exercise
big
process.
SPY
That's most
flush
likely
there.
to occur if they're entirely in the money, so below 135 in this case.
Depends on your time frame.
And I think what
So
the
far,
beauty
it's
of
not
this
looking bullish. No.
is that if it goes to
For the shorter time
200,
frames.
it's the same as if it goes to 141 and these
Longer,
options
yeah,
are
I mean,
worthless.
it's in
So
a bit of an
varying
uptrend. We got
degrees
bullish MACD.
of you know, how right you have to be, but that profitability
Higher
remains
lows,
the same.
but
And I think that's really well put. And
gotta
of
find a
course,
bottom
risk
first.
defined was something important to consider when we're trading
It's
around
a
these
big,
earnings
big
events.
candle and
But
SPY.
also important to keep in mind for both of our example trades today, they do contain multiple legs that can lead to higher transaction fees. Short options can be assigned at any time, and carrying option positions into expiration
BBBY
can
getting
add
kind of
risk like
volatile there. That's
unanticipated
weird.
exercise or assignment.
Sure.
Now, coming up next, it's time to talk all things Uber for our FOMO segment. A name that has been all over the place today, but is up just shy of 4% currently in reaction to its fourth quarter report.
GME not moving at all on it. Wild day, boring day. I don't know. Not much on GME feels very typical lately. It's not red right now. Just wait. That SPY candle. GME will catch up. I'm gonna go back to VWAP right here. Doesn't need to get to VWAP actually to go red. But like right here. Oh, right here. 22, 22. Yes, Thomas. Reverse repos 2.06 trillion. 103 counterparties. Buys coming down. Oh, SPY's coming down more. Don't see any news. I think anyone's speaking. 130, there goes GME, now it's red, for any of you that were wondering. Oh, BBBY rejecting VWAP a bit as well. It might be moving with the market a little bit. Even the move up. This is interesting. Oh, the volume here. Volume across the board is down. Turn off the AI today. No. I mean, Bed Bath's volume is still high. Spies is maybe low, but it's just waiting to make its move. Give me some info. What do you want to know? The VIX is going up on this? Jeffrey says BBBY bankruptcy risk is priced in. Yeah, that I agree with that. I'm saying it's been priced for bankruptcy already, so the fact that it's not now means this should be a good deal. So that it's probably not going to go bankrupt anytime soon. They always were the kind of some of the smarter bunch over there at Jeffries. They were the ones that were kind of an outlier to GME, I think. What I remember. Oh, maybe someone is talking. This.
The stimulus that happened and the deficits that grew were done under very low interest rates. As the federal government tries to roll that debt, it somewhat can be beholden to whether you're successful in inflation. Can you spend a second how you think about what you would target for inflation rates and the market interest rates as it relates to the federal government trying to roll this debt? Because they're going from, I think, sub 2% to if they roll it around 4%.
Well, we don't think about and talk about what.
Maybe it's from this guy talking. I'm not sure. I didn't give you much of an answer. I didn't see your question. What do you want to know? That was kind of a general statement. It kind of looks like BBBY is moving with the market now. That's pretty interesting. GME almost a VWAP. Cover calls still down. The scalping cover calls intraday doesn't always work that well, actually. You don't really have it go down. You're basically just relying on trying to get a good price. My first cover call entry I'd be up on now, probably. But I closed it because I was uncertain. Where to get in with your plays and I'm doing day trading on Cash App. Yeah, I mean, like I said, on Discord I share my trades. But you really shouldn't follow my trades. more the purpose of the stream is not to give people ideas for trades or give people trades. It's to help educate me as well as you, and to collectively have a source for information. Yeah, so my trades aren't that good necessarily, so just following them won't win for you. But hopefully you can learn, and then you can derive your own strategy and trades. If it is moving with the SPY, I'm not sure yet. No, maybe not. Just right here, it did seem kind of strange, but that was also kind of at that 2 o'clock hour, or 1 o'clock. So I don't think it is now. I think that just happened to be that 1 o'clock. Something switched, and SPY was just happening to rally at the same time. And then around VWAP, they both look kind of similar, but it's looking like it's not trading together anymore. Your shares in those companies. So you want liquid option chain, which sounds like most of those are. Any big blue chip tech will have a liquid options chain, and I mean, really any of those, if it's a liquid options chain, which it probably is. And then you could just do some simple TA to see if it's high and sell covered calls, then write covered calls. Probably monthlies. Keep it simple. You could pick a delta, or if you really think it's at a top, you could pick, close to the money. HKD is bouncing. Interesting. Oh yeah, it is up to VWAP 9.93. That's that. Or no, that's below that low. Oh, no, it is 9.39 was the low. Might have to get some HKD. I might just have to. Dang it. We literally haven't seen it go lower than 9.31. So if it does break through that, who knows? Maybe it'll go to 0 really quick. But if it holds that, this is a pretty safe YOLO. And this is probably some corrupted Chinese company, so very likely they could have some magic to keep it up. SPY's coming down here pretty good. I'm gonna get some HKD. Enough of you degens on Discord have it anyways. I might as well join the problem. I remember when I traded this and I was trading like 5 or 6 shares. It was huge. Yeah, I'm in it. I'm in it to win it here. Now I might put a stop though, because if it does break through this low, that would be pretty dramatic. Well, actually it already has. 937 is a new low. Basically right there though. Not showing any signs of a reversal yet either. However, this is a weird Chinese stock, and maybe it wouldn't. Here it didn't show anything and then just gapped. So yeah, I'll just grab some. Good observation there, Ryan. Good call, man. I like it. Now, if it had options, I could do covered calls on it. It did break through that. There's no signs of a bottom or reversal. It's just literally the price. Weird. Not showing a low. Oh, there's a lower low back there. 931. Wait, what? So my brokerage is Webull, which is also Chinese, so it might be giving me some Skewed data. This says, look at that. Freaking A. I've seen Weeble do this before too. See on the hourly, January 3, it says the low is 939. And on the daily, I've actually asked them about this. I can't remember their ridiculous answer that made no sense. 931. I'm on the same day. 931, that's the low. You know what I mean? See how the low is different on the daily chart, daily candles, than the hourly? This is showing this is lower on the daily than today. Today it shows it's at 937. 939. Yep. What happens when you combine a Chinese stock with a Chinese brokerage? It's just like you're just getting so far from the truth. You're just putting in numbers on a screen. Which is basically the same as our stock market, I guess. Here we go. Do it. I don't even know what to put a stop on this. You think I get the chat out of order sometimes? I'm not always reading. I can do live chat. I'm not always reading the top chat or whatever. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm just kind of skipping around on chat.
says that it'll start rolling out the technology in the coming weeks to trusted testers before making it widely available to the public.
Yeah, they were working hard to get in the game on this one. And we've seen some of the other Chinese companies talking about that today, too, Baba and Baidu. Let's get to Chipotle, which is down today after the quarterly report.
Yeah, those earnings did not come in great. The company missed on earnings, revenue, as well as same-store sales. But analysts are surprisingly bullish on this stock, likely because Chipotle plans on opening up more than 200 new stores this year alone. And so adjusted earnings per share was below estimates at $8.29. Revenue also down $2.18 billion. Comp sales grew 8%. That was below the 8.3% expectations, and in-restaurant sales increased almost 18%. But looking ahead, the company forecasts first quarter comp sales growth in the high single digits. And we saw all kinds of analyst action today, many of them raising the price target on the stock, like Cowen, who raised the price target from 1950 to 2050 and kept it at an outperform rating. Citigroup maintained a buy, raised the price target from 1986 to 2084. KeyBank, however, cut the price target from 1800 to 1780, but still maintained an overweight rating. So analysts still bullish on this stock.
All right, thank you for that. Renita Young, a good look at two good names, Google, Alphabet, and Chipotle. Thank you. Now let's take a look at the bigger picture, the markets. Tony Drake is with us, Drake and Associates. Good to see you, Tony. Thanks for being here. So I think that let's start on the Fed and the run-up that we have seen for the markets. What are you thinking here?
Well, I think you and I the last couple months have been debating who's right, the equity markets or the bond markets. Yeah. And it seems like finally the equity market is coming in line with the Fed's, kind of indicating, if you look at the technicals, the bottom may have been back in October. VIX is starting to come in. But if you look at the Chair Powell, the last week or so, he had a couple opportunities where he could have slapped the market the way he's done in the past, and that just didn't happen. So you're starting to see this alignment. Hopefully that's a good thing and we can continue this run.
I mean, give me the scenarios. What could he have done, and what do you think he did that may be right?
Well, I think if you think about some of his previous comments, when he's done these rate increases, he's come out pretty aggressive against the market, really trying to slow things down. And you're just not hearing that commentary now, right? It's starting to line up, probably a few more quarter point hikes. But if you look at the equity markets estimates and the Feds, they're starting to line up at that 5% range. And I think that's going to make a big difference. I think the challenges we're going to look at is the labor market, right? These continued strong labor market could cause some additional hikes that aren't being priced in right now. But on the other hand, that's been a saving grace, right? The labor market stayed strong for most part, and that's really helped save this economy.
Understood. So at this point now, when's the market going to have its best time? The first half or the second half of the year? It seems to be a battle on that as well.
Yeah, there's so many opinions out there on that. To me, the technicals are lining up that we'll continue to have a good start to the year. I think long term, and Chairman Powell mentioned this in his comments yesterday, it's going to be data dependent, right? And I think that jobs market is so important because you really think about some sectors. I mean, we're all seeing the big layoffs in the large growth technology companies. Good argument that they were overhired there, but there's still a lot of industries where they're underhired. They're really looking for people. That's keeping that job market strong. It's keeping wages strong. So as long as he doesn't completely kill that market, I think we're going to be in good shape for the first half of the year.
With the VIX under 20, what does that tell you, and what's your advice to investors?
Well, I think the confidence is there. I think for investors, it still really comes down to time frame, right? If you're a long-term investor, we like to see people get in the market on a regular basis, not worry about some of the short-term ups and downs. Think about that. If you did that last year, you're starting to sit in a pretty good position if this run continues to go up. For those shorter-term investors, again, I would really look for those low beta names. I like some of the semis, especially the low beta semis. I think there's some real opportunities when it comes to infrastructure. That massive infrastructure bill was passed, but a lot of that spending is not going to start till this year. So if you identify the right names there that aren't already overpriced, those could be great opportunities in the short term.
I see. I know you have your book, retirement, get retirement ready, 5 steps to secure your retirement. What are some of these steps? What are the takeaways? I'm sure they apply right now.
Yeah, I think the biggest mistake that we see are the folks that come in and eventually end up working with us, you know, they really think about retirement, their retirement plan as a portfolio. And we always ask folks, do you have a portfolio or a plan? A good retirement plan, you want the right portfolio at the right risk level, but we want to combine that with an income plan where we know where your income's coming from, what account, what order. We want to deal with health care costs and the issues that can come up, family issues. The biggest missing area we see, though, that we dive into pretty deep is lack of tax planning. We know tax rates are going up in January 26. There's some great opportunities, I think, to take advantage of that. If we can get retirees paying less taxes, there's more money in their checking account, their money lasts longer.
What are some ways to do that?
Well, right now, we really, for a lot of folks, unless you're a real high-income earner, we love the Roth conversions, right? If you think about President Trump, former president, when he passed that bill expires in 2026. So we know rates are going back up. I think there's a strong argument with all the government spending, right? We're all debating this, big federal debt ceiling right now. But with all this government spending, there's a good argument that rates could go up even more. If you look at rates historically, the first time in the 1940s where our debt to GDP ratio went over 100%, the top tax bracket was 94%. We're now at a rate above 100% when it comes to the debt again, but our tax rates really haven't moved. So the idea is, let's take some of your pre-tax retirement accounts, let's pay the tax bill now, get that into a Roth, growing tax-free, coming out tax-free. Long term, as long as you do that right, you may end up paying a lot less taxes.
Yeah, understood. And at this point now, do you think the market has bottomed? You said the first half probably better than the second half, but did we see the bottom, and did we see the peak in house prices?
Yeah, the housing market has been the interesting one because that really hasn't turned nearly as much. You know, I really anticipated, frankly, that it was going to turn a lot sooner, but that's holding its weight a little bit. But so many other areas have turned from an inflationary perspective. And the technicals certainly are supporting that the market has bottomed back in October. I think we're going to see here in the short term if those technical data holds up or not. But housing has been an interesting one. You look at lumber prices, and those have really come back down. You know, and I think that some of those areas where that inflation has started to turn has really supported the housing market, and there's just not a lot of inventory, right? So in some areas, the sales are still taking a little bit longer than they were, but the prices seem to be hanging in there.
Yeah, and I agree. I think lumber has come down well off the highs, but I did see something this past week that lumber has run back up some in 2023, just like these tech stocks. Look, but they're not back to where they were. I mean, if a tech stock, I saw one tech stock lost 28% but gained 11%. So they're not even halfway back to those highs. All right, Tony Drake, thank you. Good to see you, Drake and Associates. Thanks for being on.
Thank you.
Still ahead in the watch list.
That's it. Simple.
Mean for the company, and we'll discuss the outlook for commercial real estate as rates remain high. Our panel will discuss Uber's earnings beat and what's next for rideshare stocks. But up next, find out why tech will become the new value stocks for 2023. Which name's the best way to play the trend? It's all ahead here on the watch list.
Sorry, that was a phone call. not much has happened. SPY bounced up. Actually, kind of respecting that 9 moving average. BBBY retesting the low, but again, another test here is good. It shows support. And I did get HKD shares. I put it in Discord. I didn't actually fully get filled on it. The thing is so illiquid. It only gave me 150 shares. I'm trying to get 60 more. We'll see if that fills. My GME covered calls are still down. Even down here, they were down. So, yeah, good time to buy calls. They don't decay. There's no decay on calls. We're getting back into the double digits on the weeklies. Dude, GME is so broken. It's just a normal stock now. Aren't you? Aren't you, GME? Yeah, that's what I thought. Got nothing. If you don't give us trades, how are we going to come back and blame me when they blow up in their face? 931 is the 52-week low. Yeah, we're on it with HKD. If it breaks through that, yeah, who knows? Maybe it'll break through the floor and go down so fast it actually comes out the other side and starts coming down from 2,500. It's a crazy stock. Don't forget. Buy and GME moving up here. I don't even. I guess I gotta hold these covered calls. Stupid though. Yeah, GME. It's still nothing. Please. Given BBY's 350 million market cap and high short interest, we believe the potential to capture an incremental 800 million in gross proceeds from the equity deal could lead to a spike in shares. Amen, Jeffries. If GME rips before BBY, I'm watching horses. I thought you were back in BBY now. Wouldn't you want BBY to go first? Oh yeah, that's just copyright free. Yaz. Like turtles. Not Metallica. Made a killing during COVID. Triple inverse. Yeah. Calls aren't cheap on BBY. They're cheaper than they've been, but they're not cheap. Not to me. Not relatively. Back for the squeeze? Which one? BBY or GME? Or SPY?
Volatility like we did last year. Well, what's basically happening is interest rates have fallen, large cap
cover
growth
calls on
stocks have surged. Also, the view that the Fed will soon
Can't
start
do it on the
raising
app.
rates here in the next 60 days has shifted the
You doing
market's focus
cover
from
calls on
defensive stocks
GME or
over
what?
to offensive ones.
I'm
so in the short term,
unsuccessful
for now,
GME
over the
cover
next
calls.
60 days,
Thing is
and then
just
you'll
too
be able
flat
to
to
be able to buy
do
some of these
anything.
at lower prices as we go through a consolidation before we have the next leg up. Now, of course, things can change.
BBBY.
We don't know what's going to happen with rates. We think we know, and so we
Like
love
Jimmy
some of the
was a
dovish
rating
tonality
psycho.
coming out of the Fed right
Suit
now.
and tie
And so
Jimmy.
that's given us a boost in a
Rating
lot of
cycle
tech
like the
arenas
SPY.
today.
Back up to BWAP.
Right, understood. So at this point
Good
now,
entry.
when you take a look that
I
we're
mean-
going to be in a rising rate environment,
Yeah, you were
how
like the
much of
15th person that
headwinds
asked
have
that.
passed?
I
Where
can't
are
really
we in
answer
the
that for you.
long-term
I don't know your
play here?
situation,
You know,
but
'cause
just from the way
2023
I,
is not 2022.
what I know, it's good to scale in
Well,
so
it
you
is,
get
and
an
I think
average.
the volatility of rates
If you put all your
affecting the
chips
stock
in at
markets are over for
one
now,
point in time,
unless we have a massive surge in
you're-
inflation, and I think the Fed
the rule is you won't time
starting
the
to
bottom
look like they're
perfectly,
doing
so
things
it's
right
better
to a
to
certain degree
time it
because they've
over
got
time.
one or two more
So
rate
scaling in
movements
some
upwards,
today,
unless we see
tomorrow figure out
economic indicators
what
and
interval you
inflationary
want to
indicators
scale in or
showing
what
a
price,
surge of inflation.
and just
But
start
it's
doing it.
doubtful that's
And
gonna
pick
happen
maybe
as
3
real
times to
inflation
buy
has
in,
held
5
close
times
to
to buy in,
2.5%
and then
over
just
the
divide
last
the amount
90
you want to put
days.
in and
The
divide up by
problem is
those
the
3
Fed
times or
looks
5
at
times or
things
10
in
times or
arrears.
whatever.
And sometimes looking back 12
You
months
give yourself
forward,
less
doing what
chances
you
of
do
a good
today
entry,
is not the answer, and that's why everybody gets frustrated with that.
or a low average if you do it more.
Right, understood. So let's
However,
go through some of
it's
these
a safer way.
Meta,
The fewer times, it's more likely you're gonna get a low
I
average.
think Meta's still terribly undervalued. They had a great
But yeah,
quarter.
I think some here.
They beat revenue
20,
expectations.
25.30 was definitely a support that
I've
we're
said
seeing
on
today
this show
still held.
multiple times
I don't think
that
this
all they had to do was
the
jockey
downs are
around a little bit on
necessarily
their balance
over
sheet,
with yet,
and they
but
were
that
the
is one of my
earnings
lines there.
surprise
So
of the quarter out of the major tech players.
if I were to average down on shares, I'd probably get some
17%
today,
increase in bottom
and I would
line
see what tomorrow
with a
brings,
$40
because this is
billion
still bearish to me
stock
as
buyback.
far as the chart
Brings the
goes.
stock back
It's
from a low
highly
of
volatile, and
90
it's very
recently
subjective to news.
a
So
recent high of 195 and back into the low 180s
TA-wise, though, it
today.
seems like it could still come down to 24,
Even
240, and maybe even
gain,
225. So
has room to move higher.
it's not a huge distance from where we are now to where I think the low could be.
At 17 times earnings,
You know, the low is
really not
13%, I would say.
I think it's closer to
But it's possible we don't go down at all and we just rip.
today. And so if they give another good quarter, you know what's going to happen. If they outperform the rest of the players, we're going to see this thing.
Or you can just wait for momentum
within the next 180 days.
and just jump on then, because then you know you've caught the low. Momentum being volume and price action.
And Apple, do you like one more than the other?
Well, I like Microsoft better than Apple right now because their fair value is better as an investor.
I mean,
but I really like Microsoft
better time to do it's in the morning, but
some potential in the AI category, especially with some of their investments in the AI lab, the open lab that they did back in 2019. But their cloud platform,
the news that
Azure,
came
is a
out
great
made
opportunity
me
for
buy
developers
into BBBY.
create
Their share
AI
offering news,
opportunities there. And so I
that's
think
actually what made me
Microsoft
buy
is
in. I didn't even wait
poised
for
to
market
benefit
open.
from AI as it becomes
So
more
I got
of
a
mainstream
bad
opportunity.
average
And you know, we're looking at
because
about
I was so bullish on that
$390 billion
news.
marketplace in the next 24 to 30 months in AI. And from an investment
I since have
perspective
taken
alone,
out some because
think
I was
Microsoft
way
is
too
gonna have a
excited.
nice leg there. So
I
we
took a
will
loss on
see
it because I sold it
another
here.
tech boom in a very
But I
flat
still have a
tech boom
pretty
market,
good position in it, and
Huh.
we'll
And
probably
what do you
get
think
even
about
more.
the other names that are trying to take on Chat GPT? I mean, you have Alphabet working
I said
very
pretty
hard.
bad.
We just talked about their creation.
Pretty bad.
We talked earlier today
What was it?
about Baidu.
423.
Coming up with competitors as
Yeah,
well.
it was at
Is
the
this
pre-market.
a time to get all of these names? Should all of these names be in your portfolio?
So on a longer time frame, that's an amazing
should be in your
purchase price on this
portfolio. I
stock.
think companies that
That's
have
like
strong balance
historic
sheets
lows.
and already
That's
have
below
a lead
historic
in
lows.
there
But just
that
in the
are
last
tops
30 days,
in their
that's
category,
pretty
top
high.
in their sector. Now's not the time to be gambling with stocks that may have a questionable balance sheet and don't have a good business model already. Microsoft's model is impeccable, so they're my pick for investing in AI today, unless you want to get speculative and look at some of these other companies. For now, we don't know what AI is going to look like, but we do know that it is the new wave of tech investing over the next 60 months.
The wave of the future.
Right. And you
Wave
know,
of
I
the
was
future.
looking at some of the semis,
Level
how
2
they've
show
been
anything?
coming back.
Yeah, we've got
Intel
support.
and AMD and NVIDIA.
2550. There's a
Well, AMD and NVIDIA.
88,000 order for there,
also.
and then 2500. There's a
NVIDIA,
160,000 order for there. So
Well, of course. I mean, who doesn't
those are going
like
to be supports,
NVIDIA
but
to do AI and everything with
if they get
all
there, we'll
things
just
chips, and you've got
see
to
if
have
they
an NVIDIA chip.
flush
And
through them or
they
what.
really have a
After those two,
cornerstone
there's
in
not
that
much bid
marketplace
support
compared to
until
the other chip makers. And so
not much
NVIDIA will lead
at all
the
until like 20
development
or
of
240.
AI with their chips, and that's why you
but
want
that
to
one's
own
pretty
a
low. It's only
portion of that going
67,000.
forward, or you'll
25
miss
is
the
a
boom
pretty
in
big
AI,
number.
and no one wants to miss the boom in AI. So we want to get ahead of the curve here. And this is a 3 to 5 year hold.
no sell
This
walls.
isn't something to run out and say, okay, I'm going to make a quick buck here in 6 months, because NVIDIA can skyrocket again as soon as they turn around their bottom line as well, and things start growing again. NVIDIA will skyrocket, and that will probably happen at some point this year.
And then there's this name, Revance Therapeutics, which is up 90% just in 6 months. I see also some raised price targets here from some of the analysts. Why do you like this one?
Well, this is a little bit of a funny story. A famous surgeon in Orlando, a plastic surgeon by the name of Stephanie Porras, turned me onto this. Not that I utilize their products, but I asked her what she's been investing in, and she goes, you know, there's this new company called Revance Therapeutics, and they've got a Botox product that lasts 6 months.
Now you tell shorts are covering?
Revolutionize
You can't.
the neurotoxin
You're just
market.
guessing.
And so what
I mean,
found out empirically
it's going
is they
to
really
make the price
are
go
doing
up.
that. The
It's
Botox does last,
buying pressure,
and
so.
then in a recessive
But otherwise, you're
environment,
just guessing
upfront
shorts are
cosmetics do
covering.
very, very well. And so the Botox marketplace right now is about $6.5 billion for cosmetics. It's about $28 billion for medical therapeutics. And Revance is also developing 3 or 4 different applications that are in stage 3 trial now for additional medical therapeutics. And so Revance is you know, their big problem is how they get the most market
Look at
penetration.
GME going
And
up.
right now they're
SPY
doing
going
really,
down.
really well. They've only
Sure
released
thing, Daniel.
400
Thanks for the
doctor's
thumbs up,
offices
guys.
across the country.
Well
But
done.
their
62
sales are
of them.
growing.
Proper.
Now it's a speculative small cap.
230.
It is IBD's
Well,
number
you
one
feel like
pick
an
for a
entry
growth
point is
play.
low.
And I did not know
Be
that
okay
until
going
I started doing
all
research
in at
on
that
it.
entry point or just spread it out and
But I
watch?
think it's
Yeah, it
a
doesn't matter
great
what the
stock
amount
to hold
is.
long term.
Spreading it out is better.
Buyout candidate as their narrow
You better
toxins
average.
take hold. I think they have great
It takes discipline, and most people don't want to exercise that discipline
Potential. I thought being beautiful was priceless.
because you want to just go all in and think that's the bottom and just clench your fists and hope it goes up.
Arbor Financial.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Coming up next, to focus on CVS Health.
But yeah, with $1,000, you could do 4 entry ports and do 25 or 250 each.
Pharmacy in primary care space.
Doesn't matter the amount.
We'll do that next here.
We're going to do 5. And then you have to decide how you're going to do it. If it's going to be by day, like I'm going to do 1 a day for the next 4 days, or like per support level. So you put a limit order at 25.75 for one, and then you can put one at 24.45 or wherever you have it, and then one for 22.50, and then just sit back. If it starts to go without you, then of course you could change them and buy into it, buy into the strength as it's going up, just catch the momentum. Spread it out, average down. Yeah, I mean the point of the spread is to get a nice average cost on it, because you're probably not going to time the bottom. You know, this day you might have thought you were timing the bottom, big red day after all that green. Like, even if you timed it really good and say you got it at 398, look where we are now, we're at 260. So, if you saw big dips and you want to buy some there, you know, that was a big red day. Some people just buy on big dip day. It's like down 13% today, I'm gonna buy some. You don't have to like have a specific amount of entries, whether it's 4 or 5. You could just say, but put this much in on this day because it's down this much. It depends on how you do it. How I do it, I try and average in. It is, like I said, it does take discipline. It's hard to do that. A lot of my entries on stuff is with options though, so it's a little bit easier to be flexible with the dates and the price. So I don't usually have to deal with that too much. Got a full port and Jimmy top. Yeah, it happens. You know, if you YOLO, you'll never forget. Yeah, if you can reverse, if you can come back from your YOLO quick, like realize what you did and just take the quick loss, that can help you. I YOLO'd a little too hard yesterday, or yeah, yesterday morning pre-market, and it was a disgusting loss, but I did take it here. And I don't think I want that size of position on BBY, but I do probably want to get more. But I think I will wait. I want to wait till the TA kind of shows uptrend. So I'm usually a little late. I'm waiting for some momentum. Not usually trying to just catch supports, because supports can just become broken and then become resistances. But that said, something that's this low, I might start adding at 24.45. I do still see downside though, but there's no way that I can know, so it's just speculation. And if it starts to go up and it seems strong, then I'll be buying back into that, and I'll be buying into strength, so my price won't be as good anyways. And I'll most likely probably be buying back in where I sold, but I didn't want to hold through drops, which it did end up dropping here today with that size position on margin. It's kind of a stupid. Yeah, and it's not like, oh, it's just going to work better. You might find it doesn't work as good right away, but it's more about being consistent. If you can survive in the market and have exposure to it, you're going to win. It's about surviving. It's not about
that decide how a patient navigates
It's not about like
through
winning.
the healthcare system, which is critical.
90% of investors, individuals lose money in the market.
It's at the
Just
epicenter
don't
for a lot
lose
of
and
the
you'll win.
inequality and healthcare access issues that need to be addressed
Have
and that plague our industry now.
safe risk
So
management.
it's a prime real estate.
Just
But
be
let
able
me
to be in the
also,
market
Nicole,
for
paint
5-10
a
years.
little bit of a context around
And
CVS and
you
primary
do that,
care. You know, CVS has
you'll
grown
win.
revenues from 180 billion to
Don't
about
lose.
320
Don't try and be
billion
perfect.
over the last 4
Just
or
be
5
good.
years. Very nice revenue growth, as you said in your initial comments. Very nice earnings announcement today and revenue announcement. But there are pressure points. There are pressure points in their health insurance.
Yeah, it did make a move up.
For lower
We broke
Medicare
VWAP.
Advantage ratings.
Just wicked
and
above
their
it. Came back
COVID
down.
Vaccine and
Kind of
testing
followed SPY
revenues
there
going
for a bit.
down. So
It was
they
interesting.
have to find
Got
new
5,000
revenue
BY.
drivers, and I think it's very astute.
So
of Karen
you're
Lynch
seeing
to
some
do a
nice swings
great
in your
job as
account the last
CEO
couple days.
to pivot towards primary care by the Signify Health acquisition last year, the Oak Street announcement today, and their
what?
major investment in partnership with another primary care operator that's called Carbon Health.
I see. I see. So in the meantime, while the stock has moved
I went
around
long
a
on
lot,
that gas. I only
at
have
this
margin for one
point, You
contract.
look at the numbers and think it's undervalued.
Well, I do. I mean, if you look from a buy, sell, or hold perspective, you know, the CVS stock in the last year is down about 19%. Compared to the S&P 500 for the same period, down about 9%. So the stock is lagging on a short-term basis. But then you look at the longer-term basis, let's say over the last 4 years, CVS Health stock is up about 32%, but the S&P 500 is up
Not even
double
looking
that,
at Bill
about
goes before.
58, 59%. So for some reason, long-term and short-term, the market, in my opinion, seems to be undervaluing CVS Health when you consider its earnings consistency, you consider its diversified business lines, and you also consider its prescient positioning in primary care.
What's this guy saying?
And I think the explanation of how CVS is creating this diversified primary care umbrella is
Little
worth
bounce
going
there off the
over,
bottom.
because I think when people think
Further
of CVS,
signifying this as a
they
support.
think of the drugstore. And you know,
25,
how is it that the
70
place I'm going
area.
in there to go buy hairspray
See
and
if it
gum
rejects
is now
VWAP.
the best primary care place? I mean,
It's not following
really
SPY.
these other acquisitions for home, for Medicare, right?
Absolutely. And, you know, when you look at CVS, let's just compare it to Walgreens Boots Alliance. It's a much larger, much more diversified platform. It's got a big insurance unit. And I'll tell you, the insurance unit is what comes into play here, i.e. Aetna. When I talk about, while primary care is important, it's really just table stakes. The real holy grail is value-based care. This is an anecdote for fee-for-service, where in value-based care, the providers and the payers are all aligned to think longitudinally and to think about long-term outcomes for their patients so they can deliver higher quality and lower cost healthcare and share in the cost savings. So what CVS is going to do is it's going to leverage its Aetna subsidiary, which is a huge insurance platform.
Oh yeah, I was
as
hearing
well
about that
as
news
their
actually
health
with
benefits
CVS.
division, and they're going to morph fee-for-service contracts. You know, fee-for-service, when you pay physician X Y amount of money to do a certain procedure, they're going to morph those contracts into risk-bearing, value-based contracts, and then they're going to go after a panoply of captive audiences. And what do I mean by captive audiences? They're going to go after CVS employees. They're going to go after the retail pharmacy customers, the Aetna employer customers, the Aetna individual customers, and now more recently, all the customers associated with Signify.
Okay. I like, yeah, it's a little better. A little better, right? Right, meow. Yeah, Theta's gonna probably just eat those calls. You're far out the money, you don't have much time. You bought into probably 400% IV. So look at like SPY options example. This is more normal IV. Look at next week's 21% IV. But the time to sell is probably in the morning, unless we get a spike here before end of day. Morning, if we get some kind of gap up or spike, volatility is a little higher. That's usually the better time to close. What's your plan? You gonna ride them to expiration? I don't know. Get a little poppy here off of that support. Not much volume yet, really, to support much of a move yet. That buy orders still there at $2.50 and $2.55. Not a big wall of sell orders yet. Do 50 of them. So there is some sell orders up at $3. That's the most I can do. That's the biggest wall I see up there. Maybe a bounce up there before close. I'd be pretty bullish if it bounced back to $3 by close. If it held, if today's wick on the daily candle just wicked below the support, that'd be pretty good for bull case. It just wicked below 3. Not hopeful for it yet, but gotta have a plan. Fail to plan to fail. Up here, see what volume weighted average price will give us. Yeah, I still haven't gotten filled on all the HKD. This seems like a crazy play, but I kind of want to buy more of it. There's VWAP. Yeah, it might be higher than 3 or 4 next Friday, but that doesn't mean your calls are going to be profitable. Unless you're already way up on your calls because you bought them in really cheap. What's your break even on those calls? $6? $6.50? $5.22. That's a pretty good break even for a 5 call with this high IV. You've been sitting on those calls for a bit? Yesterday and today. Interesting your break even so low. I would expect it to be higher. So volume is picking up here. Projection on VWAP, but ramping up volume is good. Rise above 285. Yeah. SPY's coming down here. Got about 15 minutes to CNS closing. Head, head, shoulder, shoulder. I've got this bear flag on the hourly. Pretty big red candle there on the SPY. I did put an order in actually to get some shares at 257. I never put money in from the Roth, so I'm gonna add some here if it hits here today, and then we'll see what tomorrow brings. This will be spacing it up. If I do all the money in there, it'll space it up to 7 buys. Are you hitting the ask? Usually E-Trade's pretty good about taking my money. Buy, retesting that 410.46. Cover calls are still down. This is the best calls on GME have ever held up. Ask is ridiculous. It's not a problem. Market maker won't fill it. You gotta be more generous. Nice W for winning. Coming back down to that support. I think since I have covered calls, it messed with my margin on GME. So I was only able to afford it, but I got one natural gas contract long. I want to trade an ES, I'm gonna have to get rid of these covered calls. That's what I was thinking. Word is out. Consecutive huge volume definitely means Thursday, Friday you rip, right? That's always what it means. Yep, big volume trade, the whole float today, almost. Yeah, whole float. Well, we probably will by close at least. Got about 10 minutes. Not sure we're gonna get another retest. Probably change that order. And minutes. Okay, got some more shares. And I'll wait for tomorrow to get more. I wasn't planning on getting shares today, otherwise I would have timed that better. I was just thinking I have this other account that I'd like exposure on that I can't do cash secured puts on, so I might as well get shares. So that's where we're here. Otherwise the retest here would have been nice. But not a big difference between that, so no big deal. They're filing after hours? Maybe. Bouncing off that line we've got there, that 410.46. I heard from people close to the matter. People familiar with the matter said. People close to the source. Familiar with the sources. All else is FUD other than short squeeze BBY or short squeeze subreddit. That subreddit's like awful. If I'm just looking for a single subreddit, I don't think I would look for that one. I've seen like good write-ups on it, but they're just looking for squeezes. Just trying to force them everywhere. Just because a stock has high short interest and FTDs and whatever, it doesn't mean it's going to squeeze. It's very unlikely to squeeze. I've seen nothing but hype on Reddit. I've not seen any FUD. I've even seen hype on Super Stonk. Bounce up to 3, dip back down to this range of 2.5, and up to 7, then squeeze. I can get behind something like that. I'm thinking we probably still hit another low this week, but I mean, that is the line we had, so maybe that's it. volume and people talking. I might be onto something.
Market share against Uber or Lyft for that matter.
Yeah. And Anthony, what about the gig economy workers and all that battle that we see in the courts? Where do we stand on that, and why does it matter?
Yeah, I mean, at Sensor Tower, you know, our expertise is really in the data and the performance of these applications. Right. I think the gains on the supply side coming through those driver apps is dispositive that there really is an appetite for people who want to do, you know, gig-based work on a part-time or even full-time basis. The gains in those driver apps, you know, it outstripped gains in the riders right now.
That's
so
good.
I think that's a really bullish sign for all the gig economy services.
Yeah, I mean, they're downloading the app. Emil, what do you think about that? I mean, do these companies face a challenge with this stuff?
Yeah, I mean, they face a challenge from a regulatory standpoint in some states. Right now in California, you have the opposition to the gig economy proposition that Uber got passed.
What else by
trying
Rip?
to appeal and
I
trying
don't
to
know.
undo some of those.
Been on quite the rip the last
those distinctions that
month.
exempted gig workers from being full-time employees. If one of those things goes wrong in a big state, it's a challenge. And there are
Now we're
some
making an
regulatory
inside bar.
challenges around the world that on this particular
Crash
point
starts
that
at
Uber still
CPI next week.
has to win to remain a service
whatever
that's
Rip it can get before
affordable
then.
to the user and pays the driver fairly. So it's something to keep an eye on.
Well, Uber's bringing out some good metrics so far. Anthony Bartolacci, Sensor Tower, Emil Michael.
Look at this volume on GME
Thank
today.
you both. Great conversation.
Wow.
That's
It looked low, but that's crazy.
Thanks for being with me every single weekday at 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm Nicole Petalides.
2.2 million so far. I've never seen calls on GME not lose value like this. Just remain. Really impressive. Probably a good time to buy calls, that means. Almost power hour. Gig economy is dead. I don't think so. Price target? Up. Way up. I don't know, but I'd be happy with a retest up here. 37. That'd be neat. I'm moving up here. Hey, Jason. Yeah, I found some support, that 25 area. Probably should move my line down. I don't know if the sell-off this week is over yet. We'll see, maybe be a little bit lower. Still, depends on news, of course. Prone to news. Crash after hours? Not without some sort of news. I mean, they've already said they're offering it. I think the only news we would get would be positive news after hours. You know, the perceived negative news that we got was here. They dumped, and then literally the next day, which was yesterday, after hours, we got good news that they'd already raised the 280 million or whatever. They already offered their shares, and it's done. So M&A, anything like that would probably just be bullish. Oh, that's GME, but the chart was similar. Regardless, the drop here, and they gap up this morning from that good news. You live in Michigan? I'm in the east. Moved around a lot. I've never lived in Michigan. Farthest north I've lived is Oregon. Similarly cold, but probably not as cold as Michigan. Depends on where in Oregon, really. And Michigan, I'd imagine. Yes, that would be west. You asked where I live. I was telling you places I've lived. I moved around. Depends on perspective too. That's east of Asia. Yeah, I said east. I don't have a target price on HKD. Love the lakes. Yeah, it's beautiful, man. Great fishing. Just way too cold. HKD, I don't have a price target. I mean, if it starts to rally, I would just look for resistances or to start shutting down. I'd probably take profits up at this level. Maybe 26, 37. I don't think it's going back to 2,555 and 30, but I do think it could go up. However, if it drops below here and makes a new low, I'll probably close out. $500,000 shares bought at 265. I see that. Not seeing it. Not seeing any of those orders. That's true. The Northeast does get more snow, probably. I don't know, though. Yeah, the Northeast. That's true. Go far enough north. Nice to see after hours comment, filing after hours comment. Easily get up to 50. I mean, last time HKD moved, it didn't. It got to 37, so. The volume is high. It's already traded, probably traded the float, just about. 114 million. Yeah, we're at the float right now. We still have an hour left. So, ready the float. Shout out from Dallas, Texas. Dude, HKD at 50 would be... Oh, there are the rest filled on HKD. It's coming in. Bling, bling. Such a nice sound. I mean, the 50 would be righteous. Move this week or stays in this range. Is that good to be at the float? It's not good or bad. It's just a lot of volume traded. It makes it more exciting because it's more prone to move. Have big movements. Look me up 37. All right, Christopher, on it. Wait, you actually have it at 37? I don't know. There's BBY is very volatile right now, so to try and put a price range on it's crazy. If there's no news the rest of this week, we've got 2 more days left, I guess, so it's almost over. 250, 275. Oh, moves this week or stays. I don't think it's going to stay in the range it made today this week. I think it'll drop more most likely, and then might have a bounce before end of week. But that's without considering any news events. But that being said, I mean, today it did show support on that level. I'm just looking at this bear flag on the hourly and this head and shoulders that was formed. But maybe this is the whole move of the head and shoulders. Momentum still is showing down, so until that reverses, I assume it's just going to keep coming down. Playing the momentum game. But as far as support, it did respect the support today. How did you literally get it at 37? Did you buy it that day when it spiked to 37 on the high? I did pick up some BBY shares here today. I forgot that I was going to get... I forgot that I could buy more on my IRA, and I can't do cash secured puts on there, so just went with the shares. Oh, finally my cover calls got bought back to close for break even. I had to just go break even on them. If I was thinking I'd buy shares today, I would have tried to get it on the double bottom here. And I didn't think there was enough time for it to retest down here, but it looks like it probably will. So I might get some more on a retest down here. But still saving purchasing power to buy more tomorrow or the next day. It does come down more. We have Reg show 26 days. I think it could come down to 250 or lower, yeah. So it hit 253 today, that was the low. I don't find it's very productive to try and time the bottoms or the tops, so trying to catch momentum once it's begun. That being said, there's also the scaling in strategy, which I'm kind of doing a little bit now today on it. I think if it breaks the support it made today, this 248 is the next level I'd look for support. If that breaks, I think the lowest level it could come to would be 2.25 down here. And that actually also coincides Well, not really if we're up here. Let's look at this downtrend. It's coming down to retest that. Yeah, Carvana could be a good trade for sure. I looked at the last few days and thought about getting into it. Actually only up 6% now. But yeah, still looks pretty good. I mean, this is a nice looking bull flag on the daily here. That candle's not extremely bearish, but could still have some upside. At least to retest that kind of 20 area. GME is staying in this channel, so honestly the news maybe to be expecting or more anticipating is GME's news of M&A. They're the ones that actually said that they're looking at buying a used company. I guess more of an acquisition than a merger. Yeah, Carvana still looks good. Nice bull flag on the hourly also. GME, bear flag, but still kind of in that channel, so not convinced of it coming down quite yet. Is coming down here a little bit. Got stopped out on my nat gas contract. New low on the day for SPY. Took all day. That $20 I'd say is a good price target. Just for that, where it hit on the last peak, like 1987 or something. I'd look for there, and then if it breaks through there, then yeah, keep going higher. I haven't looked past that. I'm not sure the risk on rally is going to last much longer. That's a pretty strong support from back there. But yeah, it breaks that 20. There's some gaps up here, little gaps. 28, 50. Next big level, I guess. You've been averaging down from... Oh, that's right. I think you got it at 382. That's legit. You were able to average it down that much. Wow, BBIG had a big dump and leveled out. What was the news here? Wait, Hudson Bay acquired 20... Hudson Bay? That was yesterday. That's the same Hudson Bay that just invested in BBBY. Imagining, yeah. Notes that the acquisitions will be its first step in becoming a global celebrity content provider. Oh, Hudson Bay's going after everybody. Biotechs came down today, huh? AMC with a big move down. Be interesting. Many charts that look like this. Now some are starting to find their top. Probably a good short on some of these.
End markets and customers have to work through that. So there is that slump that is happening, especially in the consumer-oriented end market. We think that will trough at around the second quarter of this year. And as the global economic environment improves and there will be a recovery, there will be an upswing. But overall, we're still thinking a 10% decline for semiconductors this year.
The chart we were just looking at breaks down some of the main categories, basically memory or non-memory. And as we see a portion of revenues for memory that have been shrinking and generally lesser than non-memory, it does make me wonder why there's so much excitement right now around Western Digital, Seagate, and a few others. I guess the Western Digital merger combo, but is that not like out of a place of desperation to some extent with memory expectations continuing to dwindle?
It is a matter of the industry dynamics. So if you're speaking about Western Digital specifically, they're in the NAND memory business, and there are 5 major players, Western Digital being one of them. It is a very tough business, and even the most profitable company, Samsung, is having a hard time generating really high revenue for that segment. So consolidation from the industry standpoint is necessary, and Western Digital therefore is looking at a potential merger or some kind of restructuring within the industry for the environment to improve.
I don't know why that would be FUD, but
standouts right now are on semiconductor and microchip, and from what I understand,
no, it was on their filing
connection
actually.
Into autos, EVs in
we read it on the
particular, is
filing.
what's driving some degree of that trade. Do you see something starkly different in the demand cycle connected to autos and chips needed for autos?
Absolutely. It is a very high growing end market for semiconductors. It is about 9-10%, but that
Let me see
for
if I
the
can find it
overall
here.
semiconductor market, but it should grow at the above average rate. There are more electronic devices within
thought it was.
within cars, and
We read a lot of
there are
stuff
more
today.
use cases. So some of the power devices will be completely different. There's going to be more connectivity.
What file was it?
Just more higher growth and higher compute necessary in the auto.
To me, it's not
market for
FUD, but
semiconductors,
guess
and
maybe some people that are
NXP, among others, are going to benefit from it.
only in it for Ryan Cohen or
Big
Icon.
winners of the last few years prior to 2022.
The news is
the
so
graphics
confusing.
connected chips, but
Yeah, let me see if I
also the
find that.
mobile phone and Apple supply chain. We've seen with the PC demand dropping off, a lot of the graphics card makers have slowed down a good bit. But it seems like from your analysis, the smartphone market might be a little
You'd
bit
think
more
we'd hear from
robust.
Hudson Capital
You're
if
expecting
they
growth
weren't.
to pick back up there in
You know,
2023.
they make a statement
whereas
like,
PCs,
we
you're
didn't
expecting it to
invest
remain
in
pretty
that.
flat. How different are those markets? Is a smartphone not a tiny computer, basically?
It is, and they're completely different. We saw the past couple years, the pandemic really change how companies do things, how students learn. So the hybrid approach requires more compute.
Why is that a
more
new low?
devices,
Yeah, new
more
low, Flushing.
notebooks. per
1.25%.
household. We don't think it will be dramatic. So if the growth that we saw the last couple of years, a lot of it is pulling forward of demand. So we don't expect that high growth to continue. And we're seeing the inventory drawdowns right now. So only time will tell how much growth this
Maybe it was just on the article.
pandemic-induced hybrid work and hybrid learning approach will help the PC market, but we don't expect the growth to be
Yeah, good catch.
more of a secular growth.
There's so much different news we
20,
read, I guess.
30% going forward. Comparing PC to smartphones.
Yeah, I guess that was just from the
It's
article.
about the refresh rate.
So still don't know.
Whether it's pandemic or not,
Still don't know
you
if
would
it
have
was
a
Hudson or
phone.
not.
Maybe you get delayed in terms of upgrading to a new phone, but we didn't see the 20-30% growth that
All right.
we saw in the PC
Thank you guys for your
market.
subs today. Make sure you hit the bell if you haven't. Sub up,
versus last
like up,
year,
comment
we
down.
think
Happy
the
money sticks
China
around.
demand will come back as they open up. So
I'm
more
gonna have a recap video I'm
Chinese
gonna go over.
smartphone
It'll be out
sales,
in about
in
40 minutes.
2023. So we are a little bit
And
more positive
I'm
compared
gonna
to
go over the
last
trades.
year on the smartphone market.
Took a pretty heavy loss
David,
today,
just, real fast,
but
from your
it was a
perspective on
good,
the rating
good decision.
side,
I'm gonna go over that.
in the areas that
Thanks,
are
Ryan.
slowing, so
And
outside of
go
the
over-
autos, maybe outside of the pure
Yeah,
mobile
not a whole lot of
device
trading today,
connections,
but
are there risk for further downgrades here? And
yeah, I'm gonna go over the
are
different
these
stuff.
downgrades to like
Technical
stable
analysis, see what's
ratings, or
going on.
are there going to be any companies
Thanks,
that are
Thomas.
really at risk
Thanks,
here
Jeff.
from like a debt perspective
HKD,
or
is
anything
it?
like that?
No, it's
Yeah,
it's probably my
very
safe
good question
Davis investment right now is
because
HKD at
tech
the lows.
is highly correlated to global GDP. So
Thanks,
if we're
Ryan. Thanks, my next
expecting
pair.
a weakening global
Thanks, Alex.
slowdown or global
Above 260
environment, then
or
all
lower
of
by tomorrow. No one can answer that
technology
question for you.
and that is not
I think it's
just
going lower,
limited to the
but
consumer
I could be wrong.
We do expect 23
I got a little bit. I bought a little bit today. I actually sold some today too. I sold some here at this break of 3, this candle,
we will see that
and then I
upswing.
bought some more on a different account
If not
here
in
at
23,
269.
then
So
definitely in 24.
shows you how
As far
confident
as
I am.
rating changes,
No, I think
we
it'll probably
see
come down
weakness,
some more,
and it could
and
be
I'll
outlook
probably be
changes
getting
to
more into.
negative or even
But if it starts to
lower
rally, I'll
ratings.
get it on the
The
way
most
up.
exposed are the companies with
Thanks,
very
guys.
high
We'll see you on Discord. See you on
leverage.
Twitter.
So high debt to
See you on
EBITDA
the